to the UNCLOUD Victorian Age Short Course Championships. We're at pool number 2, or the Mcconnell pool here, with plenty of swimming action here this morning. And we're starting with the girls 12 to 14 400 metre freestyle here. And with James McBride, we're in for a big morning of swimming here.
Yes, we are. We're getting underway now with the girls 12 and 14 400 metres freestyle. As they've just hit the first turn there, it is looking like Mika Chow is taking us out here pretty strong. Already got a body's length on the rest of the field.
Yeah, comes in as with the fastest time here. Came in with a 5:14, so nearly 3 seconds quicker than the fastest swimmer there. And just the way she's turning already, just coming off getting that kick off the blocks at the end.
Yeah, the 400's always important to make sure you're not overusing the legs on the first 200 metres. You want to build them through nicely for the back end. It's very important to maintain body position, but Mika has moved now to 2 bodies lengths ahead, but it's very close for the minor placings of this heat. We've got Lily Richards in lane 5. She's in second at the moment, looking to start to make her move up the field.
Yeah, and all 6 of these swimmers in this heat are 12 years old, so they've all got the same level of experience here. And Chow just kicking through the water here, extending her lead as we come into this next lot of laps here, and looking very smooth on the water.
Very smooth. You want to make sure that you're not creating any splash on the entry, fingertips first on the entry. Otherwise you're going to create resistance on the water. That's going to lead to a slow and broken swim. As we're now approaching the turn here, it's a 1:45.9 for our leader, Mika Chow. In second, hitting the wall now is Lily Richards, and not too far behind is Nikita Chu, our fastest entry of this heat.
Yeah, that was a nice turn there from Lily Richards. There wasn't much between second, third and fourth, and now being able to get a little bit of a gap here on the rest of the pack here, but it is Mika Chow well in front here as she continues to extend that lead, probably more than half a length of the pool in front.
Yeah, definitely. She's a good 12.5 metres ahead of second place. She's just turned there in 2:23.5. So if we're looking at the splits, if she can keep this sort of pace, she is going to drop a significant amount of time in this 400 freestyle today. The other girls as well, not too far behind. It's looking like we're going to see some big time drops.
Yeah, she turns it there again, still well ahead as we see that race for second. Lily Richards still there. Then she's just ahead of Nikita Chu, and Ali Chung not far behind there as well.
Yeah, it's good to see that lanes 3 and 4 split faster than their previous 50s. Just only slightly, which is exactly what you're looking for in the 400 freestyle. You want to make sure that you're getting faster as the race starts to progress in that final 200. It's you're thinking about descending those final 450s. But it is still all Mika Chow out in front as she hits the turn there. She's very fast on and off of each wall. No breath on the breakout. Very smooth, making sure that she's maintaining her speed in and out, which is the most important thing for the short course season.
Yeah, came in with a time of 5:19.24, and looks like she's well ahead of that at this point as she turns there currently with a 3:40.72, so looking really strong as she comes into this back part of the race.
So our final 100 metres now. Second place, Lily Richards. Third, not too far behind, is Nikita Chu, and fourth, Ali Chung. So the second and third and fourth placings could be anyone's grab, but it is going to be Mika Chow to just keep her lead here. She doesn't really have to do much to maintain it as she's turning now into the final 50.
Yeah, it looks like keeping a nice kicking beat there, not overworking it here, and she's got under a minute here for this last little bit to break her time that she came in here as we see that race. 4 seconds, still Lily Richards there, who seems to be getting the best of the turns out of those 3 swimmers.
Nikita Chu starting to make her move now. You can see her legs starting to kick. She's trying to catch up to Lily Richards in lane 5. Sure, there's not enough time it's all going to depend on the turn, but it is Mika Chow coming into the wall here. This is going to be a big PB here. Her entry time was 5:19.2, and she's gotten under the 5-minute mark. So a 19.5-second PB is fantastic. As we come into the finish now, second place will be Lily Richards in a 5:10.4. Third will be Ali Chung, and Makita Chu would have touched him, but she's accidentally done an extra turn, but 5:12 for those girls. So some great PBs across the pool.
Yeah, and a nice way to start the day with those top 4 all getting under their entry times there. And Makita Chow with under that 5-minute, that's a massive barrier to break in the first race of the day. Back with heat 2 of this girls 12 to 14 400 metres here. And looking at this one, all the swimmers here coming with swimming time, entry times over 5 minutes. From what we've seen in that first race, we might see a few more break that barrier.
Yeah, definitely expect for some of these entry times to have been done maybe early in the season or even last year. So hopefully we see another couple drop under the 5 minutes mark. A lot easier in a short course 400 freestyle than the long course, because you do have more turns if you can work the speed in and out and maintain it. It's a lot easier to drop time as the race goes.
As we saw Claire Danny lead the race there at that first turn. No Phoebe Smith there in lane 4, but some really good turns on this side of the pool. Lane 7 there, Delta Bacon had a really good turn from that first 25 metres into that second lap.
She's keeping her legs very, very light over this first 100 metres. Just a stroke's length ahead of the other two girls here. Claire Danny hitting the wall in second and Charlotte Ford in third. They're under 110 pace at the moment. Probably see a little drop off in this second 100, but they'll look to maintain it, and then they should be on pace to be under that 5 minute mark.
Yeah, looking at the stroke there of Charlotte Ford, probably a little bit smoother than Delta next to her, and able to take the lead in that lap due to it.
Yeah, just slowly starting to build through. It's really important over the second and the third 50 that you begin to set your rhythm and set your pace in order to build from that through the race. If you slow too much down on the second and third 50, you're going to struggle to drop back down in time towards the end of the race. But it is our two leaders, but also at the top of your screen, Evelyn Leong in lane 0, starting to sneak up into third position.
coming on that outside. Starting to make an impact over there. I think that's Catherine Liu who was up there, but it's still Charlotte Ford in front there ahead of Delta Bacon on this side as they turn for the 200 metres here. Both of their times, if they keep that same speed, will go underneath the 5-minute mark in that back half, but that's the challenge, making sure they keep that speed up.
Just making sure you're building the legs as the race goes, particularly in this final 200 metres. We hit the turn, it's still going to be our 2 leaders out of lanes 6 and 7. Not too far behind is lane 1. Just hope that she can stay with them. She's holding great stroke, Catherine. Great length. As we now hit with 150 metres to go, is Charlotte Ford to have just taken the lead off by a second. She's started to make her play in this closing 150 of the race.
Yeah, seeing Claire Danny as well in lane number 3, starting to make her move too. It is Ford still ahead here as we're at the 275 metre mark here and out by nearly a second, so starting to really extend on the rest of the pack here.
And Claire Danny's also caught right up to 3rd position, trying to make her move into this final 100 metres. It's 3:42 for our leader, Charlotte Ford. Second is still just Delta Bacon, slightly ahead of Catherine Liu. But Claire Danny's starting to really power through. It's looking like she's going to try and sneak into the top 3 here late in the race.
Yeah, the race is really starting to heat up here. We've got Ford still well ahead here, but basically a 3-way battle across the pool here for second. Liao looks like she's slowly dropping back a little bit here as Claire Danny is now into second spot. Delta Bacon now back in 4th, so it will be Ford who now turns with 50 metres to go.
Yeah, she's moved all the way up into second place, Claire Danny, but it is still our leader, Charlotte Ford, here with 50 metres to go as we hit the final turn here. Got to make sure you're maintaining speed on this breakout. Otherwise you will get caught, but it's going to be very close for second and third.
Danny's coming at Ford as well in this back half here, but she's going to do enough to hold on here. Ford with a 4:55.77. Claire Danny also under the 5 minutes, and so also Catherine Liu. So 3 of them do break that barrier.
So it's looking like if you want to make the final, you're going to have to make sure you're under the 5 minutes at least.
I think I think some of these we've got
we've got a 4:17 actually.
Yeah, Lucy Marr in that final heat is one that we'll keep an eye on. Coming in with a 4:17. If we're seeing these massive increases, she might go close to that 4-minute mark.
And she won't go closer to the 4. Probably, I would be very surprised, but I'd definitely love to see a PB, and that's what I said before. Short course, it's very easy to make improvements. You've got so many turns and opportunities.
Underway in this 3rd heat of the girls 12 to 14 400 metre freestyle here, and it's the outside lanes on this side of the pool that did start the best out here. Mia Clements had a really good start, so did Alicia Scott.
Still quite even across the board as we're approaching the 2nd turn here of the race. It's going to be, though, out in lane 0, Mackenzie Wilson, 8.1 ahead of Arabella Scott in lane 2. So top of your screen taking us out here to start the race.
Yeah, I think we had some really good turns there from Arabella Scott and Zian Jean in that lap. So they're putting that pressure on now in the lead, but also having some good runs out here is Greening and Madison Chabal.
No one's still yet to make their move across this second 50. It is going to be now a new leader. This 100 metres, Zihan Jin in lane 3. Another Wadding. Very smooth stroke.
Yeah, I was going to say one of 4 swimmers still underneath that 37 second mark for that 50 here. As we've seen across the pool a number of different swimmers up there, but it is that battle between lane 2 and 3 over there on that far side.
So slowly starting to put some distance between the rest of the field is going to be Zihan Jin, not too far behind. Sitting on her hip is Arabella Scott and Mackenzie Wilson on the other side there, swimming in a lot of clear water with that vacant lane in lane 1. So it's looking like now we're going to have lane 7 start to creep up. We'll have some pressure from the other side of the pool. That's going to be Madison Schnabel.
Jin's really put the foot down here, well out by nearly 2 body lengths, heading into this 200 metre mark here, and turned with a 36 flat, so she went faster in that 50 metres than she had, and a second and a half quicker than anyone else across that 50.
It's just about when you're in these earlier heats, you've got to take a risk if you want to make that final and get that top 10 spot, especially when a lot of these girls are sitting around the 440 area, 430 area. You've got to be able to set your pace early that you want to hold and put yourself in the best position to achieve a PB so that you have a shot at tonight.
As we see Jin a turn here for the 250, a little bit slower that one, but still underneath that 37 second mark for that 50, so she's still leading well ahead there. The others have all slowed back. No other swimmer was under 38, so really extending that lead.
125 metres to go. Still our leader, Zihan Jin, starting to now bring through that 6-beat kick. Power on the catch and keep that length. She's extended herself by a good 10 metres ahead of the rest of the field as she's coming into her closing 100. She turns in a 3:33.46. It's still very close for second and third. The coaches are starting to yell at their athletes.
We talk about Jen, came in with a 4:58 entry time here, so well and truly under that time at the moment here as she now turns, as she comes down to the 350 metre mark here, and that battle for the rest of the race is still on there on that far side. Arabella Scott well and truly in front in second, and Mackenzie Wilson in lane 0 also having a strong swim.
Final 50 metres now. Starting to really hammer the legs through is Zihan. It's close for these minor placings though. We've got Arabella Scott, Madison Schnabel in lane 7 battling it out here. But it is going to be Zihan Jin to keep her lead. She turned in a 4:10 on the previous 50. Let's see what she touches in at. It's definitely going to be under 4:50 and another personal best time this morning. It's a 4:46.04 for our winner of Heat 3. And a nice finish there from Arabella Scott to take second, and Madison Schnabel to take third in 4:54.31.
heat 4 of number 7 here in the girls 12 to 14 400-metre race here. As we're seeing the pace starting to pick up here. Majority of the swimmers in that previous heat were underneath that 5-minute mark, and looking here, all of these swimmers have come in with an entry time under that time.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that the pressure's on for these final 3 heats. It's definitely a faster start here from lanes 4, 5 and 6, as well as down the bottom in lane 8, Cassia Lockwood. She's taken us down to 31.00, so slightly faster than the previous heat. And we're seeing a lot more white water from the legs a little earlier on that first 50. It's very easy, the first race of the meet, to get a little excited and overswim the first parts of your race, but we're now starting to see the girls settle down into their pace for the rest of the race.
Yeah, and it's fairly even across the pool. Lockwood still in front on this side here as she turns here for the 100. So they're underneath that 35, under 36. So as you said, slightly quicker than that previous heat there so far.
So she's just about a half a body to a body's length ahead of the field. Swimming out of Bayside, 14 years old, one of the older girls of this heat. But Zoe McCauley and Victoria Dane not too far behind her. Not going to let her get away this early in the race as we come into our 150-metre turn.
How much difference does it make the ages in a race like this?
As an age grouper, it can be a lot. It's the difference between someone growing 5 or 6 centimetres and having longer limbs or better physiology. It's significant. So in this age groups, it can be really anyone's race. It's all just a matter of development. But a year can be a lot of improvements. Another year in the pool, whether it's training 4, 5, 6 times a week. Some people train even more than that at that age. So it's developing the skills a lot quicker over a year, getting used to the water, maybe you've moved up a squad, so it plays a massive role in how these race outcomes will turn out. But still our leader here in lane 8. She's really set herself up here for a fast swim, Lockwood. And we've now got our second place swimmer, Victoria Dane, starting to try and escape the other 2 girls in 4 and 5. They're just sitting behind her.
Yeah, Sam Lockwood now probably went out a bit slower in that last 50, but was able to consolidate a little bit and keep that lead still underneath that 36. Victoria Dang had a really good 50 there in that second spot, and just keeping the pressure on 2.5 seconds behind.
Yeah, it's looking like lanes 5 and 6 have separated themselves from Clarissa Chicoli in lane 4. But do have a couple of small groups. The field is very, very spread out, which can be expected from these heats. You never know when someone swum their entry time. It could have been at the beginning of the season. It could have been last week. It could have been even a year ago. So it's looking like Lockwood's had maybe a bit of a slower entry time. She's capable of a bit more. She's still in the lead, but lanes 5 and 6 are starting to creep up. McCauley and Dane aren't going to let her maintain this lead over the last 100.
Yeah, that was a really good turn there from McCauley, who looks like she's coming to second spot, and looks like they are starting to catch Lockwood here as we turn for the 350 mark. She's still in front, but the other 2 swimmers in second and third, Dang and McCauley, had better 50s that time, and a sensational turn from Dang off the wall here to get her back into second spot.
So this race is now starting to tighten up as they're trying to reel in Cassia Lockwood on this final 15 metres, but it's looking like she's going to be able to keep her lead here by half a body's length. As we hit the finish, it's going to be a 4:42.5 from lane 8. Second place goes to Victoria Dane in the 4:43.26, only 0.63 ahead of third place Zoe McCauley.
Yeah, so PBs for all three of them there, with Lockwood just holding on in the end against a fast finishing duo there in Dang and Macaulay, who the three of them, the fastest three swimmers so far from these first four heats. Now heat 5 of 7 in the 400 metre freestyle 12 to 14-year-old girls event here, and we're seeing the heats get quicker and quicker so far, and it was a really good start in lane number 2 from Kaufman. Sierra Kaufman started really strong in that first 50, and also looking really good there in lane number 5 is Isabel Thornborough.
Definitely a bit more separation already early in this race compared to our previous heat. Our leader, Sierra Kaufman, taking it out really strong. She wants a spot tonight in the final. 14 years old, swimming out of Surrey Park. Her entry time is a 4:50.82. Second place at the moment, Furbank Aquastars athlete Isabella Thornborough. Her entry time's only just slightly faster. We've got a really tight field here in heat 5. Only 3 seconds to separate, or 4 seconds to separate the field.
We're seeing a little bit of a spread out in the field though early on here. Kaufman out in front there, but a really good turn there by Thornborough in the middle of the pool. So it's lane 2 and lane 5 who are the early leaders here. No Rebecca Barclay in lane number 4, so the fastest qualifier here. But we're going to see Kaufman turn here at the 100 metre mark in the 150 mark, sorry, in a 1:43.10. Sorry, 1:40.78, nearly 2 seconds ahead there of Isabel Thornborough.
So these two girls starting to separate themselves from the field. Miller said, trying to stay with them and make sure she's matching the pace of our leaders.
And Muriella Simmons as well, still underneath that 37-second mark. She's starting now to come up onto the couple of others there, but it's still Kaufman ahead here at the 200 metre mark here, ahead of Isabel Thornborough, and then in third, Miller said.
Scattered field with 200 metres to go. Still got Sierra Kaufman, who's holding a 36.6 pace. Hopefully we can see her shift some speed as we come into 150 metres to go. We're seeing an increase of rate from Isabel Thornborough as we hit the turn. Slightly faster split there from Sierra. It's 2:53.61. Second place, just a second and a half behind, is Isabella Thornborough. And third, Miller said, staying in the mix. Only a second behind Isabel.
Yeah, Kaufman seems to just be maintaining that lead, extending it just a touch there. Out in lane number 2, as we're seeing Thornborough in the middle of the pool. Looks like she may have just put a little bit more into that kick beat here, and said now coming up on that lane number 1. So we come to the 300 metre mark, still Kaufman in front there, a second and a half ahead of Thornborough. And then we've got Said another second and a half behind that.
It's definitely going to be an interesting finish because they're both looking at each other away from the finish line, and then on that final lap they're going to be looking away from each other. So it's definitely going to come down to gritting the teeth, pumping the legs, and making sure you're holding length across that last 25 in order to get your hand on the wall first. But Sierra Kaufman's doing a fantastic job of maintaining her lead into this final 50. She's turned in 4:06.1. She's dropped down to 35 pace now. Let's see what she can do on this last 50.
Yeah, also Ali Hutchison there, who's now up to 4th, had a faster split there than Kaufman, so she's starting to put pressure on that 2nd and 3rd spot, but still Kaufman well ahead here, heading into the last lap here.
Hayley Warren as well has done a great job of catching up to the rest of the field from the outside lane, but as we close this race, it is going to be our winner for this heat in a 4:41.04. Sierra Kaufman. Miller said getting her hand on the wall in second in a 4:44.15, just ahead of Ali Hutchinson to touch in 3rd place.
Yeah, so Kaufman now the quickest qualifier here. Said is the 5th fastest, so she'll be right on the edge here with still 2 more heats to come, with all having some pretty fast qualifying times. Heat number 6 here in the 400-metre freestyle for girls, 12 to 14, and all of these swimmers here coming with a time under 4 minutes 50, so you'd expect them to be pushing to qualify for this final.
Yes, you would. We've already seen so many big time drops in this 400 metres freestyle event for our 12 to 14-year-old girls. As we hit the first turn, it's going to be Yaralan to set the pace at 30.5, and she's really powering through on this third 25, making sure to separate herself from the field. She definitely wants to be the leader of this heat, set herself up for a spot tonight. She maybe realises that there's some girls in the other heats that have managed to drop time that she wasn't expecting.
Yes, and that's it. We've gone out quicker here than we did see in the previous couple of heats here as we come down to the 100 metres here. And a little bit slower there from Wang, a 33.9, but still pretty quick compared to what we've seen so far.
Yeah, so big separation there from first and second already, almost 2 seconds. Starting to see Roland, though, settle into her pace. And the rate's starting to come down. She's just starting to focus more on maintaining her length and strength in her stroke here. So swimming out of Ivanhoe Swim. She hits the turn here for 150 metres. It's a 139.05.
And we've got Leonie Munster there in second, and out in lane 7, and Isabel Crotter in lane number 8 in 3rd spot, but a fair gap between them and the rest of the pack. And for Wang now, is it about holding on or extending the lead? How do you sort of approach this middle bit of the race?
It's about maintaining length and rhythm. You don't want to shorten up as you're starting to fatigue. And the big factor in making sure you do keep your length is building your legs as the race goes, because if you start to lose your legs, you're going to lose your body position in the water. So it's really important to make sure you keep that 6-beat kick going so that you can really extend onto your stroke and maintain the strength at the top all the way through to the push part at the back. It is going to be Roland who's doing a fantastic job of that. She's maintaining her lead, holding length, very smooth entry. She's quick on the breath and making sure that her legs are just ticking along. She knows that she's got a significant lead on the field.
Yeah, that lead continues to grow. In that last 50, it was an extra second here, and she's turned in a 35.40 there, so nearly another second again that she got ahead of Leonie Munster, who is in second spot. Crotter is still in third, but it is all Wang in the middle of the pool.
It is, and we saw in that previous heat that most of the girls were holding a 36 pace. Roland is still sitting at 35s with almost 100 metres to go. So let's see if she wants to turn on the jets across this last 100. But she's still holding that 35 pace. She turned in a 3:25.38, so she's looking like she's going to be under the 4:40. But it's definitely a very close race for second and third, so some of these girls are going to want to make their move now.
Yeah, sorry. Crotter had a really good 50 there. She was nearly a second and a half quicker than Munster in that battle for second and third, so sort of brought herself back into the race.
So Roland maintaining her lead with less than 50 metres to go. Second is going to be Isabel Crotter. Third, Leonie Munster, but Taryn Aldred still really close, as well as Allegra Bombaggi.
It's a race across the pool for second. Depends on how this last 25 goes there. But it is going to be Wang who is going to come down here and get underneath that 4:40 mark and get the fastest qualifying time so far. So she's got a 4:35.39, nearly a 10-second PB here as we see the race for second. It is Taryn Aldred who comes from behind in a 4:43 to finish second, and then a third, India Condon. So a very interesting race outside of that first spot, which was sewn up pretty quickly.
It's going to be interesting to see the final standings after this heat is official, because it's very tight, I think, from probably second all the way to 10th. It's anyone's final to make as we hit the final heat.
And now heat number 7 of 7 in the 400-metre girls freestyle for 12 to 14 here. Expect to see Lucy Ma in the middle of the pool go out fast. She comes in with a qualifying time of 4:17.21. That was 13 seconds quicker than anyone else and way quicker than any of the times we've seen this morning.
And when you watch her stroke, you can see why she's entered in with a 4:17, really forceful on the turns and just holding so much water on the catch. What you will probably expect to see her do is make sure that she executes the first half at least of her race that she wants to do tonight. And then if she's got a significant lead ahead of the field and she knows that she's secured her spot in for tonight, maybe she'll just back off the legs a little as we close out the race. But she's already established herself well ahead of the rest of the field. She's now just turned in a 1:01.5, so already a couple of seconds ahead of our leader from the previous heat. Second will be Amy Bai, and third is going to be Lucy Dolan in lane 6. It's still very close for the rest of our field. They've gone out in 1:04s and 5s. Yeah,
and it is outside of, you've got Wang from the last heat and Kaufman from the heat before. All the other times are about that 4:42, 4:43 on the edge of qualifying for that final. So you've got to make sure that you get in that low 4:40s, if not under, to make sure that you make the final tonight. As we see Ma turn there in a 1:35.06, so she's doing lapping in a 33.48. As we're seeing a lot of these swimmers a lot quicker laps 50 metres than we have in the last couple.
At the moment they're holding 33 and 34 pacing. It's still our leader, Lucy Ma, looking so effortless through the water. There's no splash on the entry. Her legs are just chugging along behind her as we hit the halfway mark. It's a 2:18.55. Second still Amy Bai. Third is going to be Lucy Reid up in lane 1, so she's starting to build through her legs as we hit the second half of this race.
Yeah, it is. There is a few swimmers on that far side in lane 1, 2 and 3, all starting to come up. Reid, Bar and Bai there are all coming across that middle of the pool, but it is all Ma who now comes down for the 2:50 mark here. Turned in a 32.14, so that 50 was quicker than the previous ones there. Hasn't turned off the kicking power yet.
No, I think she's really feeling like she's got lots of energy this morning, because she was splitting 34s previously and then she's just dropped straight down to 32. So maybe something she wants to practice for tonight is having that stronger back end to the race. as we're now approaching with 100 metres to go after this turn. It is going to be a 3:13.05, so she can keep this 32 pace. She is going to be right on her entry time of 4:17.21. Second, Amy Bai still maintaining her lead, but Zara Barr has now started to shift into third place, but it is going to be close for these minor placings. It's anyone's race for a spot this afternoon.
Yeah, as Lucy Ma now comes down to turn for the final 50 metres, and she's well and truly ahead here in this race. She turns with 50 to go. Another 32 seconds lap there in a time of 3:45.25 here, and that race across the pool for the minor placings is well and truly alive here. Amy Barr will turn second, and then Zara Barr in third, Lucy Reed in fourth, and Arabella Johnson also coming up here. So it's a race across the pool for that third spot. But Lucy Ma, as we said, came in as the fastest qualifier, and it is all her here. Looks like she's just taken it easy into the wall, having secured this spot there, and she comes in a 4:17.31.1 outside of her entry time. So when you know you're ahead, not a bad swim.
Exactly, and it looked like she was a bit reserved in the midpoint of the race and then managed to come home really strong. But second place is going to be Amy Bai out in lane 3, 4:29.23. And an equal third place for Lucy Reed and Zara Barr, both hitting the wall at 4:30.95.
Yeah, I think most of these girls, I think 9 out of the possible 10 might make it through to the final tonight with how fast that heat was. We now turn our attention to the girls 17, 18, 100 metre backstroke event here. This is the first of just 2 heats. As we come down to the first 25 here, and not much across the pool. A really good turn there in lane number 6 by Gemma Holt, but it's the middle couple of lanes there that are leading the way. Amelia Kennedy in lane 3 was looking really strong into the turn, and she will turn first. Michaela Larkin in second, and then third is Sarah Pravilli. So it's the middle 3 lanes leading here after the first half of this race. It is Kennedy who is ahead here as we come down for the last turn. She'll turn ahead of Larkin. Larkin, though, had a really good turn there and comes up even with a even slightly ahead. So it's a battle between Kennedy and Larkin here as we come down to the wall. It's going to be Larkin slightly ahead here of Kennedy, and it's going to be Michaela Larkin winning in a 1:04.26. Ahead of Amelia Kennedy in a 1:04.79, and third was Gemma Holt in a 1:05.60. Underway in heat 2 of this 100 metres backstroke for the 17, 18-year-old girls, and it's the middle of the lane pool there. Olivia Bailey, who has started really strongly here. She will turn here first at the 25-metre mark. Also looking good there in lane 3 is Judy Hussein Aman. As we come down to that halfway mark, it is those two who are in front here. It will be a touch on the turn to see who turns in front at the halfway, and it is Hussein Aman who turns first ahead of Olivia Bailey, and then third Emily Tulloch in third spot in the middle of the pool there. It is lane number 3 with Judy Hussein Aman, who's going to turn 4 in front heading into this last one. Nothing between the next two there in Emily Italic and Olivia Bailey. But it is Hussein Aman who is in front here as we head down to the last 15 metres here. She's going to turn first and win this second heat in a 1:03.68. Emily Italic second in a 1:04.32, and Olivia Bailey third in a 1:05.12. So Hussein Aman will go into the final as the fastest qualifier. We continue with the 100 metres backstroke here. It is the girls' 16-year-old event this time. We've also got 2 heats here, and starting really well in the middle of the pool is Ravensdale. Ravensdale will turn first here in lane, it is Jessie Steinman who turns first there in lane number 4, and had this absolutely sensational turn to lead by a body length as she comes into the wall for this first 50 metres here. Steinman turns in a 30-second flat here. In second spot is Chloe Burke, who is more than 2.5 seconds behind her. And then Memphis Johnson out in lane number 8 is in a third spot, but it is all Jessie Steinman, who's had an absolutely sensational race here. She turns well and truly in front here into the last lap and had a really good underwater here. Goes halfway, nearly halfway down the pool on that one there. So she's going to come through and have an extremely solid heat win here. She's going to touch in a 1:02.74. In second spot is Grace Cox in a 1:06.12. And then in third is Chloe Burke in a 1:06.79. So winning by 3.5 seconds there is Jessie Steinman. After a little bit of technical difficulties, we're underway in the second of 2 heats here in the 100-metre backstroke girls 16-year-old event here. And it's the middle of the pool that has started well in this first 25 metres there. It is Claire Matheson who turns first here in that lead number 3, but not much across the first 3 or 4 there. Matheson leads here as we come into this first 50 metres. She turns first in a 31.20. Second was Zoe Schneider in a 32.53. And then third, Celeste Cheng in a 32.65. It is all Matheson who is leading the way here as she turns into this final lap here. Some really good underwater work here. Able to extend that lead, so she's now down with less than half a lap to go here. It is going to be Claire Matheson who will take out this second heat. She's going to turn in a 1:04.57 here. Second was Zoe Schneider in a 1:07.37, and third was Elise Pride in a 1:08.07. So it is Jessie Steinman who will qualify fastest in that one, with a heat time of nearly 2 seconds quicker than anyone else. We continue with the 100-metre backstroke here. This time we turn our attention to the girls' 15-year-old event. We have got 4 heats here, and this is the first of the 4. There's the middle lanes that come out quickest here. We've got Sahara Owanawi turning first there. Hannah Buchanan also had a good start there in lane number 5, but it is Sahara who is leading the way here as we turn for the first 50 here. She'll turn in a 30.41. We've got Buchanan in second there in a 31.041. So not much between the two there as we see them come down to the middle of this race here as they look to turn for this final lap. Sahara leads in the way here. Seconds is still Buchanan, and they've got a gap on the rest of the pack here. Out in lane number 2, Phoebe Scarf has also had a really good race, but it is going to be Sahara in the middle of the pool who is going to take this one out. She is going to touch first in a 1:04.34. Hannah Buchanan in second in a 1:05.83. And then in third spot there is Phoebe Scarf in a 1:06.21. Now number heat 2 of the 15-year-old girls 100-metre backstroke here, and it's been a fairly even start, and it's those middle 2 lanes who will take this out. It's going to be Sierra Jeffs who leads at the 25-metre mark here. Also there is Grace Dobby who had a really good turn, but it is Jeffs who is leading this race by half a body length as she comes down to the halfway mark here. Jeffs will turn in a 30.64. We've got Grace Dobby in a 31.66, and third Sahara Reynolds in a 32.76 here. But it is Jeffs in the middle of the pool who is leading by nearly a body length as she comes down for this last turn here. Jeffs came in with a time of 1:02.02, so she'll be looking to get close to that this morning. But it looks like it's been quite a comfortable swim for her as she's able to extend the lead in this back 50 metres here. And it is going to be Jeffs who does a turn first. Second is Dobby, and then in third spot is Reynolds. Heat number 3 now of this 15-year-old girls 100-metre backstroke. And it was a strong start there in lane number 5 there from Caitlin Ord, but also coming out in this back half of this 25 is Mia Roberts, who had a really good turn there to take the lead. It is Roberts there in lane number 4 who is leading this race as we come back for this last 50. She turns first in a 30.44, Ord in second in a 31.29, and then third spot out in lane number 8 is Zoe Benson. But it is the middle of the pool here in lane number 4. Mia Roberts, who will turn as she heads into this last 25 metres here. She's got 3/4 of a body length lead here over Ord in the middle of the pool, and still swimming strongly out in lane number 8 is Zoe Benson. But we've got a number of swimmers in. Lane number 6, Madison Brown, having a strong back half of this race here. But it is Roberts who wins in a 1:03.72. Ord in a 1:05.75 there. So just outside the fastest time there was Mia Roberts, but she's the second quickest qualifier so far behind Kiera Jeffs. We've now got the final of 4 heats for the 15-year-old girls 100-metre backstroke here, and we've got just 3 swimmers in this heat. So it's all in the middle of the pool, and it is lane number 4, Zoe Gantz, who turns first here and had a really good turn, so leads by half a body length here over Hannah Ristig, and Emily McMillan is in third spot here, but not much between the 3 of the swimmers here. Gantz will lead this one into the back 50. Spends a little bit more underwater time than the couple of there, and it allowed Hannah Ristig to get a little bit of a gap here, but it is Zoe Gantz who's looking the stronger of the 3 swimmers. She'll turn with a 3/4 of a body length lead here over Hannah Ristig. Emily McMillan will be in third spot here. As we come down to this final lap here, it's going to be a nice swim here from Zoe Gantz, who came in as the quickest swimmer here. She is going to finish in a 1:08.76, so nearly 4 seconds quicker than her entry time. Second was Hannah Ristig in a 1:09.95, and Emily McMillan third in a 1:0.12. The 100-metre backstroke is over for now, and we turn our attention to the 100-metre breaststroke, and we start with the 14-year-old girls here. And it is a nice start there in lane number 4 from Lucy Marr, who we've already seen in the pool this morning in the 400-metre freestyle, and had an absolutely sensational start and did qualify for that final as the fastest swimmer here. Marr has 3/4 of a body length lead here over Charlotte Kelly. And then in third spot is Lucy Reid. So it's the middle of the pool here, but it was Marr turning in a 33.93, nearly a second quicker than Charlotte Kelly in a 34.82. Marr's been able to extend her lead here, and will touch for the 75-metre mark with more than a body length lead here, and on that turn again being able to extend that even further here. It is Lucy Marr leading this race from Charlotte Kelly, and right on Kelly's heels is Lucy Reid. So the middle three lanes have been able to kick this one ahead here, and it's Marr who wins in 1:11.44, just outside her entry time. In second was Lucy Kelly. Sorry, in second was Charlotte Kelly, and then in third was Lucy Reid. Now in the water for heat number 2 of the 100-metre breaststroke for the 14-year-old girls. As we see the swimmers come down towards the end of the first lap, it's lane 3 and lane number 5 there. So Miller Abley and Arabelle Johnson, who are leading the way after the first 25 metres there. There's a really strong turn there from Miller Abley, who was able to break open this pack and now has nearly a 3/4 of a body length lead over the rest of the pack here as we turn for the first 50. Miller Abley is in second. Isabel Lynch, who had a good 25 metres there, is now up to third, and Taryn Aldred is in fourth. It is Leona Herons in the middle of the pool that is leading after this first 75 metres here. She turns now for this final lap, well and truly ahead here of Miller Abley. As we see that race for second and third heat up. And we're seeing Abley come back at Low Herons, but it is going to be Leona Low Herons who turns first in this one here. She's going to win in a 1:14.49 here. Second was Miller Abley, and then in third spot was Taryn Aldred. Heat number 3 of 5 here in the 100 metres breaststroke for the 14-year-old girls. So starting to see some of these swimmers back up, having been in earlier events. Leading as we turn for this first one is Renee Lister in lane number 4. Also having a really good start was Matilda Young in lane number 7. But it's the middle of the pool there in Renee Lister, who is leading. Also having a really good turn there was Vivian Van in lane number 2. But it's going to be Lister who turns first in a 35.10, and Matilda Young second in a 36.13, and Amelia Grover in a 36.31. As we see Lister still leading this race, as the race for second though is well and truly on. Grover has had a really good turn there, and so did Matilda Young, so they are battling it out for second. But Renee Lister is leading this race as we come into the back 15 metres here. Renee Lister will take this one out in a time of 1:13.89. Amelia Grover second in a 1:15.44, and Matilda Young third in a 1:17.02. Heat number 4 of the girls, 100 metres breaststroke. 14-year-olds here are in the water. It was Sophia Graham who had a really good start off the blocks, as did Isabel Suffolk and Bryn Kirk in the outside 2 lanes. Is going to be in lane number 5 there, Sophia Graham, who does turn first at the first lap.
Really close field here, 123.56 being our fastest entry time from Scarlett Gilmore, swimming out of Geelong. It is going to be Sophia Graham at the moment leading us out. Fantastic long stroke. She touches in the 37.64. Second place, Kiara Ruggiero, not too far behind, in 38.34.
Yeah, and also on this far side here, Bryn Kirk is having a good run there, but it's going to be in the middle of the pool. Lane number 5, Sophia Graham, who has led from start to finish so far, does a turn in front here, but also looking really good is Ruggiero, who is coming up on her shoulder as we are in this last 25 metres here. And it looks like it is going to be Ruggiero who's come over the top here to lead this one. She is ahead of Graham, but it is going to be Kiara Ruggiero who takes out this fourth heat in a 1:21.57. Second there was Sophia Graham, and third was Emily Shen. The fifth and final heat here of the 100-metre breaststroke for the 14-year-old girls here.
Quite an even start here on the first 25. It is going to be Chloe Hume, though, to take us out first. Matilda Draper and Maeve Timms on either side of her, looking to stick with her. You're either going to get swimmers here that are coming up either from the 50 or focusing on the 100 that can go out really quick, like we're seeing here out of lane 5. Maeve Timms had a great split stroke off that wall to get the lead. Or you're going to have the 200 and up swimmers start to claw them back over the final 25 of the race, but Maeve Timms has really extended herself here ahead of the field.
Yeah, for these swimmers, it's about trying to improve that time. Their qualifying times won't get them in the final, as we saw Lucy Marr absolutely dominate her heat as well. So she's going to be one of those stars to watch tonight. We saw her in the 400-metre freestyle earlier on here. But it is a fairly even one in the middle of the pool, and it is lane number 5, Timms, who is slightly ahead here. She's got swimmers on either side of her coming up at her, but it looks like it is going to be Timms who will hold on here. And she does get the touch just ahead of Chloe Hume. And then in third spot was Alexis Telford, with not much between the three of them.
Here is heat 1 of 2 of our females 13 years old 200 metres medley. A great start there from lane 3, Arabella Scott, taking us out really quick on this butterfly leg. Keeping up with her is our visitor Kiara Delaney. Also down the bottom of your screen in lane 8, Aria Wendt. She's the one to touch in first as we transition now into the backstroke leg. She's touched 30.44 to lead us out here. Second place, Arabella Scott, and Kiara Delaney, our visitor, in third.
Yeah, it was a really strong start from Wendt out in lane number 9, but starting to see some movement in the middle of the pool there. Arabella Scott, who we've already seen in the pool this morning, has had a really good backstroke leg.
And we know what these medley races are like. The leading position always changes depending on the strength of the swimmer. We either have a lot of very well-rounded swimmers, a lot of people that are coming over from the breaststroke because they know that they've got an advantage over a majority of the field. As we hit the breaststroke, let's see if Wendt can maintain her lead here. Arabella Scott looking like she's just pushed slightly ahead.
Yeah, looks like we've got nearly a four swimmer race on here across the middle of the pool, but that was a sensational turn by Arabella Scott there, and went on this outside lane. Is still keeping with them, as we've seen Scott really break away in this breaststroke leg.
Yeah, Wen had a very good split stroke there to maintain her position near the top of the field, but it is going to be Lucy Dolan who's separated herself from the field moving into this freestyle leg. Not too far behind, though, is Aria Went and Arabella Scott in third. And we've seen quite a bit of shift here, as well as Kiara Delaney trying to make a move into the top three, and she has. Our final 25 now, Lucy Dolan is keeping her lead.
Yeah, she's had a really good back end of this race here, and able to now just not put the pressure on the freestyle, having been able to go out really strongly here as the chase impact comes, but she's done enough here. So it'll be Lucy Dolan who wins in a 2:29.10 second. There was Arabella Scott in a 2:30.49, and third was Mia Hung in a 2:31.69. We've got the second heat here of the 200 metres medley for the girls, 13-year-olds. And it's a fairly even start. Probably the two middle lanes have started the best there, along with lane number 7 there. Emily Carotto had a really good start as well, as we're seeing them now come down for this second lap of the butterfly. Not much between them in the middle of the pool. Lane number 2 also having, lane number 1, Indy Joyner, having a good swim out there, but it'll be lane 7 here. Emily Carotto who touches first, Kimberly Chen in second, and Amelia Lowe in third.
A lot of these girls in this second heat we've seen in the 400 freestyle. Zoe McCauley, Emily Carotto, two of the names there. So it's very good experience this meet to swim multiple events in a morning and afternoon. Some of these athletes today are going to have 3 events this morning, 3 swims tonight, 3 swims on Saturday and Sunday morning, and then again maybe even more at night, including relays across the weekend. As we hit the halfway point of this second and final heat, Emily Corrado still holding her lead. Second place, Amelia Leo in lane 5, and third is Kimberly Chen, all touching the wall in 1:10.
And look, we've got Corrado ahead here in the breaststroke leg, and as you said, we've already seen her in the freestyle, so we'd expect her to come home fast. So for her to be in this front position, exactly where she wants to be, knowing that she's still got her top stroke to come.
Fantastic split stroke off of that turn for Emily Corrado. So important in these medley events, but she is now starting to be challenged by Kimberly Chen as we hit our second last turn. She is still going to keep that lead, but only by 0.45 ahead of Kimberly Chen. Third, Amelia Leo, and she also has some company from Eliza Cooling in lane 2. It's a 2-horse battle here as we hit the final turn. It's going to be about who can maintain their speed out of that turn, and it's looking like it's still dead even here. 10 metres to go.
Looks like Chen's taken the lead.
Chen looking to close this out as we touch the wall. She is going to touch first. 228.23 for our top seed, and then 228.9 for Emily Croatto in second, and third will go to Amelia Leo, who had a fantastic final 50 to hit the podium.
Yeah, we'll have both of those two swimmers there who finish 1 and 2 will be the fastest two qualifiers through to the finals. So there'll be a couple to watch tonight in that race. We've still got some more 200 medley events now, but this time it is the 12-year-old girls who are in the water. The first of, we have got 4 heats here, and it's starting well. In lane number 3 is Taylor Holt, another one of those swimmers we've already seen today.
It is. So as we said before, we're seeing a lot of these girls really rack up the events on their program across the 3 days, and that has a massive effect as we're going to move through the weekend, especially the ones that are competing in relays for clubs that have got a shot at medals. They're going to have to make sure that they've got enough energy for those late at night. And as the meet goes, it's going to be harder to maintain that energy and recover. So we leave some good opportunity for some of our swimmers that are sitting in that 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. They can maybe sneak into a podium position, or if they're outside of the top 10 in the seedings, they can sneak into a final if people aren't on top of their game towards the end of the meet. But we do have a massive lead here from Zoe Clemenson out in lane 4. Her first 50 was a 31.29. As we transition into the breaststroke, it's a 109.1 for Zoe Clemenson. Second, Victoria Dang, who we saw earlier in the 400 freestyle. And third will be Cadence Power in a 112.44.
Yeah, and how do you handle swimming at so many events in the one weekend?
It's about making sure that you're doing everything you can to recover in between races, making sure you're getting a full cool down done and not getting distracted, making sure that you're fueling your body throughout the session, whether that's having maybe some energy gels to help replenish some fuels or some food, and then maybe even if you can between heats and finals, a lot of people like to have maybe a small nap to make sure that they're just recharging the battery.
As we see Clemenson turn for the freestyle. She turned in a 1:54.37. She's more than 4 seconds ahead of Taylor Holt as we are now in this freestyle league, and Victoria Dang in 3rd spot.
So our fastest seed here for this event, coming into her final 15 metres. She's got a nice lead, just looking like she's maybe just easing off the gas pedal, saving herself maybe for a couple other events that she has on this morning. As we hit the finish now, final stroke, and she touches in at a 2:31.48. Second will go to Taylor Holt to get the touch just ahead of Victoria Dang in a 2:34.6.
Heat number 2 of this 200-metre medley here for the 12-year-old girls. As we've got the swimmers in the pool here. No lane number 3 or lane number 5, so a little bit of a reduced field here.
To make sure that they've probably pulled out to make sure that they've got some energy for maybe a main event later tonight, but it is going to be the Western Melbourne propulsion swimmer Amelie Dior-Vilichowski to touch in first in the 32.32. It's great. This is going to leave some opportunity for this heat to try and sneak into the finals tonight. Not too far behind is Erin Paris and Mackenzie Wilson.
Expect Paris to really heat this up. Is the fastest qualifier with no stubbins in the field here. But it is lane number 3, lane number 3 out there. Amelia Dawes had a sensational turn here, leading by more than 2 body lengths. So she's coming down into the breaststroke leg. It's going to be hard for anyone to catch up to her from here.
It is. Maybe there's a couple of swimmers in this heat that strength is breaststroke, maybe swim the 200 breaststroke, but Emily is going to keep her lead here. It's going to be very close for this minor placings of this heat. Expect to see some things shake up across this 50 metres of breaststroke as the fatigue starts to set in.
And looks like Paris has been able to reduce this lead a little bit. She is coming up on Amelia Dawes. Still a bit of a gap here, but it was more than 2 body lengths. It's coming down to less than a body length here as Erin Paris is coming home really quickly in this breaststroke leg, and she may actually lead heading into the freestyle.
I think she will. Erin has got fantastic breaststroke there. Such good length off of every glide. And we're seeing it, both girls start to bring in the 6-beat kick and start to increase their rate. It's very close here for that first spot as we're coming into our final turn. But it is looking like Emily's gotten the lead just back.
Yeah, she has, but that was a really good turn there from Paris. He's going to be raced down the pool in this final 12.5 metres here. It is still Emily who is in front here, so she has been able to hold off this attack from Paris. She will touch in a 2:35.44, Paris in a 2:36.05, and then third, Julia Trin in a 2:39.08. Heat number 3 of 4 here in the 12-year-old girls 200 metre medley. We're seeing some pretty solid times so far in the 2:30s. Low 2:30s would have to get you into that final here, and that was a really good swim. And lane number 8 from Lee, who is leading the way here in this butterfly leg. Also having a really good start is Catherine Liu in lane number 2.
So we've just started our backstroke legs here. It's 31.88 for our leader out in lane 8. Followed closely is lane 7, Miley Bird. So we're looking for this backstroke leg to start to push the pace and set yourself up for that final 100 metres whilst reserving as much energy as possible on the legs. Backstroke can be quite heavy on the legs, especially over the longer distances, but that is what you're going to need in the breaststroke leg to make sure you can really start to hit your strides in the final 100s. But it is going to be Raina Schneiders to now take the lead. She had a fantastic backstroke leg there as we move into the breaststroke. Second, not too far behind though, was our original leader in Lee.
Yeah, it looks like Raina was able to just have that better backstroke leg a little bit higher in the water. Lee struggled a bit towards that back end there, but Schneider's has been able to extend this lead there. Also in lane number 3, Charlotte Ford has had a really good start to this breaststroke leg and has moved up into the second spot.
She has. She's getting a lot out of every single kick, trying to catch Raina Schneiders as we hit our final 50 metres now. It's a 1:57.44 for Raina Schneiders, and only a second behind is Charlotte Ford.
And I'm pretty sure we saw Ford in the 400 metre freestyle earlier this morning as well, as she's putting the pressure on Schneiders, who's still been able to maintain that lead as she turns into this final lap. Ford there in second, but it's going to be Schneiders who is going to take this one out here. Ford coming home strongly, but I think Schneiders is still going to have just enough in the tank to get this one done, and she does in a 2:32.42. Ford in a 2:33.87. And then third, coming home really strong, Isabel Thornborough, another one we've already seen this morning, comes in third. the final heat of the 200 metres medley for the 12-year-old girls is underway here, and it's lane number 3. She's had a really good butterfly leg here in Audrey Marchant to lead as we come down the first 25 metres. Undeep and Annabelle Bartlett also some really strong starts.
So only 5 swimmers here in our final heat. Looking to try and make a last-minute effort to swim tonight. It is going to be Anne Dieppe in lane 4, our fastest qualifier in this heat, to take us out only 0.06 ahead of Audrey Marchant. Third will be Annabelle Bartlett, as we're looking to see a slight bit of separation now in this final heat.
Yeah, our slowest heat of the 4 here. Lowest times of a 2:49, and you're going to need below 2:30s to make this final. So for these girls, the opportunity to get a PB in this event and put that pressure on for a final spot. Probably not going to make it, but it's still a good opportunity to get in the pool and have a really fast swim.
So our leader still is Anne Dieppe and Audrey Marchant, followed by Annabelle Bartlett. We've also now got some company from lane 6, Annabella Kim. She turned in a 1:18.51, and she's looking like breaststroke is going to be one of her main strengths, because she has, in 20 metres, moved up to 2nd place in this heat. She's got fantastic technique here, long body position, making sure that she's staying nice and streamlined on that glide, and she's about to overtake our leader, Audrey Marchant.
Yeah, that was a fantastic first lap there from Kim. Marchant, though, still able to keep a bit of a lead here. She's been able to respond in the back part of this breaststroke. She now turns into the freestyle, leading in a 2:02.52. She's about 1.8 of a second ahead of Kim, who is now clearly in 2nd spot. But Kim has started this freestyle leg the better of the 2 of them.
So it's a battle for 1st and 2nd in this heat. It is going to be Annabella Kim to turn first, but it is going to come down to this final 15 metres between Nuttawading and MSC. Definitely going to be some big battles this weekend between those 2 clubs. As we hit the flags now, it's stroke for stroke. Let's see who's going to get the touch. Is going to be very tight finish, only 0.3 to separate. It's Annabella Kim from Nuttawading on our outside lane in 6, 2:41.99. Second to Audrey Marchant, 2:42. Third place will go to Anne Dieppe, 2:45.95. So some big PBs there.
Yeah, and that's what you want out of a swim like that. And now we turn our attention to the shortest races, the 50 metres. We've got the first of the 16-year-old girls 50-metre freestyle here, as we've got them in the water. Lane number 4 there. Arabella Tomlinson has started really strongly here. She leads at the turn and still in front here. Also having a really good swim out in lane number 1 is Jessie Steinman, who's already had a really good swim here, but it's Arabella Tomlinson who wins that in a 26.49. Second was Alia Wong in a 27.27, and third, Jessie Steinman in a 27.29.
Here we go, heat 2 now of our female 16 years, 50 metres freestyle. Very even across the field. It is looking like the first to turn is going to be Alyssa Meddings in lane 3, as well as Rihanna Chen not too far behind. She's taken that lead now. We've also got the top of our screen, Emerson Hogan, looking to make a move to try and finish here, but it is going to be a 26.69 for Rihanna Chen, followed by Alyssa Meddings in 2nd, and 3rd will go to Celeste Cheng. We do have a DQ for this heat in lane 2. Olivia Toe, not too sure what that is for. That'll get announced over the speakers soon. We'll move now to heat 3.
in the water for heat number 3 of the 50-metre dash in here, and it's the middle 2 lanes there in Lou and Elizabeth Mack, who have started well here. It's Mack who's probably slightly ahead there, but Lou had a really good turn come into this back 50 metres. She is going to lead here, probably out by half a body length now. Is Lou ahead of Mack? Mack finishes strong, but Lou's going to hold on for a 26.51. Mack second in a 26.64. And then in third spot there was Zoe Barbara in a 27.57.
Final heat here of the women's 50-metre freestyle, 16 years. Got stroke for stroke here, Nuttawatting taking us into the turns. And it's dead even across. It's going to come out to this breakout. Who can keep their head down? It is going to be our top seed for this heat, Julia Wozniak, leading at the moment. Amy Bruce giving her a challenge as we come into the final strokes. It is going to be Julia Wozniak in a 28.27. Second place to Amy Prulis, and third will go to Alexandra Isborn in 29.35.
Now in the water for the 200-metre medley for the 15-year-old girls here. We've got 3 heats in this event here, and starting well in lane number 4 is Kiara Jeffs. Coming out really strong in the butterfly. Expected to really dominate this first half. Is a backstroker. Won her heat in the 100 metres backstroke before.
A lot of great swimmers in this heat. Lucy Ma, Zara Olawonyi as well, her older sister representing Australia at the Australia A team over in the US at the TYR Pro Series, who represents Nuttawatting. His backstroke is still going to be Kiara Jeffs in the lead, followed by Kayla Enters. These two girls have really extended themselves just ahead of the pack, but Madison Brown's not too far behind.
Yeah, Madison Brown, another one who's doing her second swim of the morning here, but it is Jeffs who is leading in a 1:06.21. We've got Enters in second in a 1:08.08, and third is Madison Brown in a 1:08.69, so nearly a 2-second lead heading into the breaststroke leg here. But Kelia Enters has had a really good turn, and now coming up on Jeffs.
Jeff's looking like she's just about to lose her cap. Let's hope that she can just shake it off and get rid of it through this breaststroke leg, and she has. But not too far behind. Kayla Enters trying to make a move here. The closing strokes of this breaststroke, they've really separated themselves from the rest of the field. A tight battle for third place between Lily Chan and Madison Brown. It is going to still be Jeffs to lead us into the final 50.
Yeah, it is, and not much between them there. Enters possibly with a little bit of a slight lead as we come back down towards this 50, but Jeffs is responding and will turn in front as we go into this last 25 metres here. It's Jeffs who had a really good turn to extend that lead out. Now out to half a body length as we're in this last bit of this last lap here, and it's going to be Kiara Jeffs who does claim this one in a 2:22.22. Kelia Enters in second in a 2:23.32, and third was Madison Brown.
Heat 2 now diving into the pool, getting us started for our females 15 years, 200 medley. Lucy Doyle, fantastic start here over the first 25 metres. She'll touch in first, but that was a brilliant underwater there from Macy Smike out in lane 6. So lead's already shifted a fair bit just over the first 50 metres. She's going to touch in first. Macy in a 30.68, followed by Lucy Doyle and Waylon Truong. So look to see the swimmers try and build their rate across this backstroke 50, set themselves up for that final 100. We have 4 different strokes obviously in this race, but you want to make sure that you're warming your body through the race to really push itself in the final 100 metres, and that's why the backstroke leg is such an important leg of this race. You can kind of manage yourself through the first 50 metres in the butterfly, but the backstroke you have to be willing to push the pace. As we move now into the breaststroke, it is going to be Lucy Doyle who's just stolen the lead.
Yeah, you mentioned push the pace. That's exactly what Doyle did in that backstroke leg, and she's well and truly ahead here. Coming up is Waylon Truong in lane number 3. He's had a really good start to her breaststroke leg there, and also lane number 5 and 6. So Joanne Liu and Macy Smith staying up there as well, but still Lucy Doyle able to maintain that lead as she comes into the back part of this breaststroke. Has a lead of more than a body length, so that's a pretty solid position to be in as she comes down to touch the wall for the freestyle. Touches in a 1:50.63.
Yeah, so Lucy Doyle still keeping a lead, and her legs are not even working on this freestyle leg of the race. So we know that she's got a lot more to give for the finals tonight. She's turned well ahead, followed by her teammate Waylon Truong from Nuttawading, and Nuttawading such a rich history of IM swimmers. As we hit the flags now, Lucy Doyle's keeping her lead. She touches in a 2:24.94, and second will be teammate Waylon Truong in a 2:26.76, and lane 5 Joanne Liu 2:28.37. So those two girls, our first and second, are well ahead of the rest of the field, so it is going to be interesting how this third heat responds.
Yeah, it is, and we've got Kiera Jeffs, who in that first heat touched first, so we'll see. Doyle's currently the 3rd fastest qualifier. Heat number 3 of 3 in the 15-year-old girls 200 metres medley here, and it's lane number 3 that has started well in Sienna Santolin. Has started probably the better of the pack here. She will turn in first. In lane number 4, Grace Dobby has had a good start, and so has Mia Bates.
Fantastic underwater from our central lane, Grace Dobby. She's now looking to hit the wall in first, a little long into the wall, but 31.4 on the butterfly leg. She moves into the backstroke, very, very smooth backstroke here. She's got company from Zoe Gantz as well.
We saw both of those girls compete in the backstroke earlier on. Dobby finished second in her heat behind Kiara Jeffs, who we've already seen win the first heat of this event. So no surprise to see her up the front there. Gant as well, another one who competed in the backstroke.
Mia Roberts as well has done a great job of staying with our two leaders here. She's touched in third. It is still our leader, Grace Dobby, moving into this breaststroke leg. She's looking very smooth through this, slowly starting to build into our turn here. Not too far behind though. Zoe Gant, Mia Roberts still keeping their spots. Sienna Santolan as well, starting to make her play through this breaststroke 50, but it is still all Grace Dobby, who's really pushed herself ahead of the field.
Yeah, one of the three fastest qualifiers coming into this event with a time under 2:21, so no surprise to see her ahead here as she does a turn for that final 50 metres there. She turns in a 1:49, so she's 4.5 seconds ahead of Zoe Gant in second spot there. In third is Mia Roberts, who we've also seen today, but it is all Grace Dobby in this one. The fastest time so far is a 2:22.22, so it'll be interesting whether she can get that and go in as fastest qualifier.
It is. We're still seeing those legs really creating a lot of wide water. She hasn't switched those off at all. She touches in at 2:22.99, well ahead of the rest of the field here. As second place, Zoe Gant hits the wall, and just ahead in third place is Mia Roberts. Fourth to Sienna Santolan, who had a fantastic final 100 metres, really transitioned well from the breaststroke to the freestyle to snag a 2:30.11.
Yeah, shapes up as an interesting final. The top four, not much between them, and one to watch tonight. Still in the 200-metre medleys. This time it is the 14-year-old girls here, and the one to keep an eye on is Lucy Ma. We've seen her qualify fastest for her two events so far, and she comes into this one with the fastest qualifying time.
And she's honestly not too far away from that record. 2:17.02 for the all-comers and 2:16.24 for the Victorian age group record held by Michaela Smith. And with the way that she's swimming and performing over these last couple of months of short course season, that record could be under threat tonight. But she has got some company across this backstroke leg, because Sierra Kaufman, who we've seen race earlier, is leading us out here, followed by Maisie Graves and Lucy Ma in second and third.
Yeah, it's the first time Ma's been tested. She's been out in front the first two events here, and we have got Kaufman, who's had a good swim early on, really pushing her here. It is Ma who will turn in front into the breaststroke leg. She turns in a 1:06.08. Half a second behind is Kaufman. And then we've got Maisie Graves, who's nearly 4 seconds behind in third spot.
Just watching Lucy Ma's skills, she had a fantastic underwater off of that backstroke turn, and then that split stroke was long and powerful through every single step, which is so important. You want to be making sure you're maintaining speed throughout that whole entire breaststroke, split stroke, not losing any speed at any point. And that's by staying nice and streamlined and being powerful through every stage. Here comes Lucy Ma entering her final 50 metres. She touches in a 1:45.64, and it's those short course skills that have gotten her a 5-second lead of her closest competitor, Sierra Kaufman, in 1:50.4. Third, Maisie Graves. So the field is very scattered for our top three. It's almost looking like it's cemented with some battles for 4th, 5th and 6th in behind.
Yeah, it was. It's been a really strong back half of this race here for Lucy Ma, who's going to come in here and touch in a 2:18.03. You mentioned the all-comers record. She's only a second out of that, and that looked like she slowed down her freestyle at the end of that. So she's definitely one to watch tonight. Kaufman finished in second in a 2:24.80, and third was Macy Graves, but again, all Lucy Marr. In the water for this second heat of the 200 metres medley in the 14-year-old girls. We've seen Lucy Marr come out with a flyer. She's clearly the quickest qualifier heading into this one. Keep an eye on in lane number 4, Arabelle Johnson. She does come in with a 2:24, so that is the second fastest time coming into this one.
Also, we saw Roland Wang from Ivanhoe Swim have a fantastic 400 metres earlier this morning. She's going to be the one to take it out first in lane 5, 31.28, only half a second behind, ahead of Imogen Murray. Arabella Johnson starting to make her move through this backstroke. She's keeping her legs very light, but still gaining on our leader, Roland Wang. Great skills there, as well as out of lane 8, Michaela Pistorius trying to make her play from our outer lanes here. She's looking like she's moved up into second position. We hit the touch. It's a 108.8 for Roland Wang. Second, Arabella Johnson. And in third, in lane 8, Michaela Pistorius in a 111.9.
Yeah, that was a really good backstroke leg there from Wang, as you said. Already had a really good swim this morning. But coming up in this breaststroke leg, Arabella Johnson has had a really strong first 25 metres, so she's reduced that gap coming into the wall here. And as we watch the underwater work, stays under a little bit longer and is now come up in front. So it's been a really good breaststroke leg here for Johnson, who now does lead Wang. Imogen Murray still with the leaders there in third spot, but Johnson now in front as we head into the freestyle leg.
Arabella Johnson just looks so strong in that breaststroke. Even though her stroke sits quite low in the water, she gets so much out of those arms and transitions into a really long stroke, but she is keeping that lead into the freestyle. This is a fantastic second half of the race. She's turned a full body's length ahead of Roland Wang, and sitting in third, Imogen Murray. These three girls are looking to make sure they're in PB contention and looking for a spot tonight. And it's going to be a 2:26 for Arabella Johnson, followed by Roland Wang in 2:29.25, and Imogen Murray 2:30.84.
Yeah, all of them just outside their PB, but expect to see them go close to that, if not beat it tonight, if they're through to the final. Heat number 3 here now of the 200-metre medley for the 14-year-old girls, and they're halfway down the pool already in this first lap, and not much between the middle of the pool. Probably about 6 of them have had a really strong start to this one. Possibly in lane number 5 there might be in front there in Megan Lee, but not much between them. The other one up there in lane number 2, Zoe Skepper.
Still quite even. It is going to be Melvin Dixon, a swimmer, Taylor Miller to touch in first, 30.84 out of lane 6. Second place, Audriana David, our fastest seed for heat 3. So good for her to start to push the pace, and she already has stolen that lead off of Taylor Miller. Let's see how her underwater skills are. She's nearly extended herself to a body's length ahead. She's still looking very smooth. Those legs are just slowly kicking her rate, starting to build into the wall as she's starting to really come into stride here. She touches in the wall of 107.76. Second, Lucy Reed now. She's moved up the field at a 108.91. And third, it's going to be an even third between Megan Lee and Taylor Miller.
Yeah, Lucy Reid, another one we've seen this morning, has had a really good middle part of this race. But keep an eye in lane, David has had that really strong race, but Lucy Reid now coming up on her, had a really good start to this breaststroke leg here, and the front two has started to break away, but not much between them.
Yeah, Lucy Reid having a fantastic breaststroke leg here, really sticking it to Adriana David from MSC. It is going to be Lucy Reid to touch in first, but let's see how this final 50 metres goes. They are going to be battling it out, pushing themselves here. There's a lot of white water coming off the feet, stroke rates. Lucy Reid's going to have the advantage because she can breathe both ways really smoothly, so she's going to be able to look at Adriana David, and now both looking at each other as they're separating themselves well and truly from the rest of the field here. Into the flags we go. Adriana David, Lucy Reid. It is going to be Lucy Reid 223.95 for our winner. Adriana David in second, 224.85. And third to Megan Lee, 228.99.
Yeah, nearly a 6-second PB there for Reid, so a really good swim.
We go now, heat 4 of 4 for our females, 14 years, 200 metres medley. We are seeing Willie Goodman taking us out here in lane 5. A nice strong start in the butterfly. Very low breath, which is so good to see. She just travels forward through that butterfly. We've also got some company from lane 0 and lane 2. As we hit the touch, it is going to be Lily Goodman to take us out first, and a 31.79, but not too far behind is Ayla Kuchanik and Scarlett Siddles out in lane 0.
Yeah, it's a spread across the pool, and being the slowest heat, it's one of those ones looking for some PBs and to take some time off the clock here, and it looks like it's lane number 2 there, Alia Sinek, who is now ahead, but as you said, it's a 3-swimmer race. And also out in lane number 8, Lee has had a really good first 100 metres as well, putting the pressure on those top 2, but it's going to be lane number 2 there, Alia Sinek, who is leading ahead of Scarlett Siddles out in lane number 2, so not much between them all there. And lane number 6 there, Matilda Young, another one we've seen, has had a really good backstroke leg to get herself back in contention.
So it is still really anyone's race here to take. Lane 2 is our leader, Ayla Kuchanik. It is going to be joined by Matilda Young in lane 6, who's really starting to put some space between her on this breaststroke leg. She's going to still be joined by Z Lee in lane 8, who's really set herself up well. And this is what we were saying about the backstroke. It sets up your body to be able to perform at a higher rate over the second 100 metres. Whether it's a strong stroke or a weak stroke, you have to be willing to put the pressure on in the backstroke. But it is going to be our leader in lane 6 here, Matilda Young, well ahead of the field. Yeah,
it is. She's had a really good middle part of this race to really set it up, and we'll turn into this final 25 metres with a body length lead over Alia Sinek in lane number 2, but it's been Young for most of this back half of the race. But Sinek now coming late at her. Young can't see her. She's breathing the other way, but she's going to hold on here in a 2:34.15. Sinek in a 2:34.74, and then in third spot, Z Lee in a 2:36.91.
Now switching up the distance here, we've got our 13 years 100-metre breaststroke females. There's 4 heats. We've got the first heat diving in here. Yarra Plenty Waves swimmer Tess Izzard to take us out here first. Let's see how she goes on these split strokes, and this is what we're talking about with these split strokes in the 100 metres. They can be the make or break for you on this swim, particularly in the back end. Izzard's having a fantastic first 50 here, opening on with great front end speed. 35.09, not too far behind is Zoe McCauley and Madeline Anderson. Let's see how the race shifts here across the final 50.
Yeah, the three of them broke away in that first of 50 here, and it's Izzard who is still in front from McCauley and Anderson. We see Izzard turn for the final 25 metres here. Her underwater's pretty strong there, but McCauley had a good underwater there to keep the pressure on here. But Izzard, with her strength there, is able to make sure she maintains that lead and is able to extend it as she comes under the flags. And it's going to be Tess Izzard who claims this first heat here with a 1:15.19, Zoe McCauley with a 1:16.82, and Madeline Anderson with a 1:19.01. Now underway in this second heat of the breaststroke 13-year-old girls 100 metres here as we're coming down to this halfway mark. It's in the middle of the pool there in lane number 5. We've got Zhang and number 4, Kimberly Chen there, and it looks like Chen had a really good turn to be able to take the front as the lead as we head into the back half of this first half of the race.
So our leader out from Nuttawading here. MSC battling it out. Great split strokes from both girls here. It's always interesting to see as we enter into this final turn who is going to maintain their skills off the wall. MSC still leading us out here, Kimberly Chen. And she has a fantastic split stroke right up to the 10-metre mark, and she has asserted herself here in this final 25 with a body's length ahead of second place Ada Zhuang. We hit the finish here. It's going to be Chen to finish in first in a 1:16.8, followed by Zua in a 1:18.6, and third will go to Sasha Raver from Geelong.
Heat number 3 here in the 100 metres breaststroke. As we're probably nearly getting to halfway through this morning session here, we've in terms of races. We've still got some big, long ones to come later on. Returning first in this one, halfway through, is Emily Carotta, one of those swimmers we've seen multiple times this morning. She's had a really strong first 25 metres.
Swimming out of South Gippsland Bass, she does have almost 4 seconds on the second fastest qualifier in this heat, Leanne Hussein Aman. And we're starting to see that she is really dominating our first half of this race. Hussein Amando not too far behind in lane 5. These two girls are about a body's length or two ahead of the rest of the field, followed by Anis Wu from Nuttawading. As we hit the final 25 metres now, it is still all Emily Croatto, who's able to back it up from swim to swim. It's fantastic to see. We're hitting the flags now here for Croatto. What's the time going to be? She hits the touch. It's going to be a 1:15.04 for Croatto, followed by Hussein Aman in the 1:19.34. Wu will take out third in 1:19.81.
Yeah, just beats her qualifying time there, and is so far the fastest qualifier for the final tonight is Emily Carotta. Now underway in the final of 4 heats here in the 100 metres breaststroke for the 13-year-old girls here. We've got a reduced field in this one and looking to start strongly. Probably in lane 4 would be in front. There is Ruby Chang. Also had in a really good performance out there in lane number 1 so far is Marshall.
Still quite even though in our 4th heat here. Anyone's opportunity to try and take out the heat here. As we come into the wall, it is going to be a chance to take out the first 50. Her PB is 1:27.17 swimming from MLC, but not too far behind is Williams and Chen, either side of her. These 3 girls in the centre seem to be taking us out here coming into the final turn.
Yeah, it is. It's the middle lanes here, and Chan was still ahead there, but also had Chen not next, right near her, and Williams. But it is a Chan who's still in front in the middle of the pool here, slightly extending her lead as she comes down here, but finishing strong is Kaylee Williams. Williams and Chan go straight for stroke here, and it's Williams who gets the touch to finish that one in a 1:25.85. Chan in second in a 1:26.02.
So first heat now of our 12-year-olds 100 metres breaststroke. The 100 metres breaststroke events aren't quite done yet. Here is our fastest entry time, Anna Kang out of Nuttawading, 12 years old. Her entry time is 1:15.76, so looking for her to try and maintain her top seed into tonight's final. But she is going to be joined by Melbourne swimmer Zoe Clemenson, who we've already seen today. She's had a red-hot start earlier in the medley events. It is still, though, Anna Kang to hit the first 50 in the leading position, 36.2, just 0.8 ahead of Clemenson and Mika Chow.
As we mentioned, Chow, another one we've seen who had a really good swim earlier this morning, and It's all the middle two lanes there, but it is Anna Kang who is leading as we turn for the last 25 metres here. She was able to extend her lead over Chow and Clemenson. As we head into this back part of the race, here it is still Anna Kang who is in front here. Mika Chow coming hard at her, but she is going to do enough to win this first heat in a 1:17.09. She was the fastest qualifier coming in, so not surprising to see her touch first.
Not too far behind was Chow and Clemenson, so 1:17s for our top two, a 1:18.0 for Zoe Clemenson as we head to heat 2. Heat 2 now, beginning their split stroke, and first to pop up is lane 4, Erin Paris. Her entry time here, a 1:17.7. So just 2 seconds behind our leader and winner of the previous heat. But we saw her earlier in the 200 metres IM, and what she was able to do across that breaststroke leg was phenomenal. She managed to reel in our leader of that heat. And what we can see looking at her stroke is such a long, tall glide. She gets a lot of power from her upper body and her legs snapping together. So you hit the turns here. It's a 36.43 for Erin Paris. Second's going to be Annabella Kim, and not too far behind Jordan Campfield in third.
Yeah, Paris with a very high stroke and a high turn as well, but it is working for her as she's still got that body length lead across the rest of the pack here. She comes into the wall, touches first here, so we'll turn into that one. In second spot, out in lane number 2, Annabella Kim, another one we've seen already. And with a really good turn, there was Jordan Camfield, but it is all Erin Paris in this one. So Paris comes underneath the flags, and she will touch first here. She'll be looking for a good time, gets a 1:17.02, which is just 0.01 behind Anna Cam. So it's going to be an interesting final race with looking at those times. Annabella Kim in second and Jordan Camfield in third. Back in again here. So we've got 7 heats in this 100 metres breaststroke for the 12-year-old girls. Chelsea Zheng is the favourite heading into this one. Was meant to be in lane number 4, but not out there, so it does open up the race here. We've got a number of these swimmers we have seen before. Isabel Thornborough, Amelia Velichikov and Delta Bacon. Charlotte Ford's another one as well, so these swimmers are backing up again.
So still very even as we hit our second turn here. It is going to be an equal first for Delta Bacon and Angelina Shane. Emily Dior Velichikovsky also starting to look to make her move. She's really increased her rate here across this third 25, the propulsion swimmer. But it is still our two tight leaders, Delta Bacon and Angelina Shane.
And it's interesting, we saw Emily, she was nearly overtaken by Paris in that heat before, and you look at her breaststroke here and she's pushing it with the top swimmers in this race.
Exactly right. We never know what's going to happen in these breaststroke races, particularly towards the end of the race. It's looking like we're going to have our winner up the top, Charlotte Ford, to touch in first, a 1:18.99. Second place will be Angelina Shane, and third to Delta Bacon in a time of 1:19.81.
Yeah, Sam Ford put together some good swims there, nearly 4 seconds off her time on that one.
Go, guys!
Yeah, and you can go down. I'm going to go down and watch it from there. Okay. You take photos, she's in lane 9. She's in lane 9. You're going to take photos? Yeah. I'll go down. So you can't just take photos from here? Okay.
underway here.
Go, Daisy!
Emily Liu with a great start, as well as Annabelle Tan, who's really had a fantastic split stroke off that wall to already assert herself here in this first heat. She's going to be first to touch as well as at the top. Ella Robertson in lane 1 having a great start too.
Yeah, and very nice swim so far in lane number 5 there from Annabelle Tan. We're seeing the fastest heats with this one, so these ones expect a little bit of a slower time here, but another opportunity to try and take some times off their PB, and Tan will turn first in a 40.25. Ella Robinson in a 40.38 out in lane number 1, and Mami Jiang in lane number 0 is third in a 41.08.
This is where things start to change, particularly off of this turn. Let's hope that Ella Robertson can maintain her lead here. She's got a fantastic stroke. She's touched in first, but not too far behind. It's Annabelle Tan. Looking like it's going to be a close finish now as we hit the last 10 metres. It is still Ella Robertson to take this heat out, I think, from lane number 1. She's hits the wall now in a 124.38, followed by Annabella Tan, a 125.65, and third we go to Ignacia Wahino at 127.2.
Yeah, 5 seconds off her time there was Ella Robinson, so a nice swim out there in lane number 1. In the water for heat number 5 of the 100-metre breaststroke for the 12-year-old girls here, and it's lane number 6, Yolanda Yu, who has started really well and will take the lead here. Another one who goes really high out of the water.
Yeah, so sometimes we're going to see swimmers be quite low through the breath, and sometimes swimmers come up really high and they tend to use their trunk a lot more. We'll definitely see that across the 50-metre races at the highest level, particularly some of our male swimmers like Sam Williamson from Victoria, very good at using his upper body to lunge forward and keep his hips up and be explosive. Right now our leader sits more low in the water, but she's still holding a fantastic body line on the glide. Another Wadding, fantastic history again of breaststroke swimmers, multiple Olympians representing their club, swimming breaststroke races. But is still Yolanda Yu from Nuttawading leading this heat.
Yeah, KO in lane number 5 is a second, but the battle for third is heating up on that far side of the pool. But Yolanda Yu is going to win that one in a 126.32. KO is second in a 127.61, and third is Charlotte Hoffman in a 128.97.
Very even start now for heat 6, our second last heat of these 12 years, 100 metres breaststroke. We're hitting the turn now. It's going to be lane 6. Caitlin Devlin to take us out here first. Too far behind is Kira Lau and Frankie Gleason. But still, our centre 5 lanes are very close to each other, as well as Iris Gray's up in lane 0.
And Emma Barclay in lane 9 as well, who's touched in a second behind Caitlin Devlin. Kira Lowe in third spot there in lane number 5 here as we come down for this third 25 metres. Still lane 6 there, Caitlin Devlin, who is leading the race. We've got Lau looking strong there, and coming up really strong in this third 25 metres is Olivia Ho in lane number 3. So there's not much between the 3 leaders as we come into this one. Ho had a really good turn and is now putting the pressure on as we come down here. She is in front as we're getting ready to come underneath the flags here. Olivia Ho in lane number 3 is leading. It's a battle for second. It'll be a touch on the wall, but Ho will win that in a 1:28.59. In second is Kiara Lau in a 1:29.64, and Caitlin Devlin ends up in third in a 1:30.47 after leading for most of that race.
31:32.7. Right, last four paddock final done. PB at Nat States done. Win Soccer Grand Final Sunday done. That's what you guys have. Soccer final.
Now in the water for this 7th and final heat here for the 100 metres a breaststroke in the 12-year-old girls here, and pretty even across the start here, across those middle lanes here, with no swimmers on the outside lanes on either side.
Definitely a great start there from lane 7, Sasha Reedy. Swimming out of Warragul. We've got 2 Warragul swimmers in this final heat. Or Warragul, sorry, and a Westbourne swimmer, Meredith Marcello, out of lane 5. It's looking like the Westbourne swimmer is going to be the one to take our lead here. Into the final turn.
Yeah, been a nice swim so far from Marcello in that lane number 5. Madison Borthwick also having a good swim in number 4, and coming up to her as we come into this last lap here. But Marcello leads here with a strong performance in the middle of the pool, but she's now been chased down here. Borthwick in lane number 4 is coming at her, and so is lane number 2 there in Emily Freighter. But it looks like Marcello is going to hold on, but it's going to come down to the touch, and Borthwick, who had trailed all swim, ends up getting the touch, winning in a 1:29.20.02 ahead there of Marcello.
Starting off our 17s, 18s, 200 metres medley, we have 2 heats here today, this morning. So it's definitely going to be a big battle for spots in the final. Only 14 swimmers competing, and we already have 2 that have actually pulled out. So Ruby Kenda and Imogen Nolan not swimming this 200 metres medley, but it is going to be Farida Taha to take us out first in this butterfly leg. Only 0.03 ahead of Michaela Larkin. Sarah probably not too far behind. Moving into this backstroke, we're definitely going to see these girls start to put on the pressure and try and establish a position early so that they can adjust later on in their races and conserve energy for tonight, especially when there's not as many swimmers in the field as you would expect.
Yeah, we've got the middle 2 lanes leading here. It's lane number 4 there in Michaela Larkin, who has been a kick away in this back part of this backstroke to lead with a 1:07.53. She's now more than a second ahead of Farida Taha. And in third is Sarah Probably. As we see this battle, and we've seen many a times this morning that the breaststroke swimmers come over the top here, and Taha looks like she is the better breaststroker here, and she's now taken the lead ahead of Larkin, and with a really good turn has been able to extend that even more as we come into the back half of this breaststroke leg. It is Farida Taha who is leading Michaela Larkin as we come into the wall for this turn from breaststroke to freestyle.
Yeah, one thing to take note of is that we also have a withdrawal from the other heat just standing there. There's only 6 swimmers, so there is only going to be one person that is going to miss the final tonight. There is anyone's opportunity, so if you didn't think you were going to have a spot for a swim tonight, girls, tonight is your night. But Taha is really extending her lead here, a full body's length ahead of Michaela Larkin. Third place at the moment still is Sarah Proverly from Geelong, and it's going to be a touch of 220.61, a very small PB there for Farida Taha. Second will go to Michaela Larkin, 222.7, and third to Sarah Proverly. So they've probably guaranteed their spots in for tonight. We're going to have to keep checking these other placings times. 2:35 for Dana Barnett in lane 4. Oh, sorry, in 4th place.
So 2:35.53 for Ruby Pallett. So any swimmer that goes slower than her means she's through to tonight's final. And we're straight underway. No waiting for that one. So underway in this second one. And as you said, we've only got the 6 swimmers here. So another one of those pulled out, and it's in the middle of the pool again here. It's probably lane 3 that's leading this one, Jessica Whiting.
Yeah, Judy has seen a man as well. We've already seen that last name this morning.
Olivia Bailey is another one we've seen this morning as well.
So we do have some familiar faces racing here. It's going to be Jessica Whiting to take us out, 29.42, so a very fast start. Let's hope she can maintain that speed into this backstroke leg, but already Judy Hasina-Man has wanting to establish a spot in tonight's final. She has overtaken the lead significantly, turning a full body's length ahead of the rest of the field. Not too far behind is Isla Ho in lane 5.
Yeah, Hasina-Man, the fastest qualifier in this one of 2 swimmers to enter with a time under the 2 minutes 20. So you'd expect her to be one of the quickest qualifiers here. She now turns in to the breaststroke. She leads by 2.5 seconds there on Jessica Whiting. Isla Ho is in 3rd spot. So Olivia Bailey's in 3rd. We don't have the time for Isla Ho due to a timing issue there, but Ho is now coming up into that 2nd spot. Jessica Whiting in 3rd, Olivia Bailey in 4th.
Yeah, Olivia Bailey started to make her play to secure a top 4 spot. We've also got to keep an eye on Kate Golby and Eliza Connolly in 4th and 5th, because their times are going to be important for if they make a final tonight. It is still all Judy Hasina-Man, 147.41. She's extended herself by a full 2.5 seconds ahead of Isla Ho. 153 for Eliza Connolly, who's moved up into 3rd place, the DVE swimmer, looking to keep her guaranteed spot in tonight's final.
Yeah, Judy Hasina-Man, just a nice, patient swim here, and looks like she's taken the pressure off as she comes down towards the wall. She will win this heat here, and she's going to go close to that 120 mark. Goes in 121.17, so will be the fastest qualifier for tonight's final. As we watch the other times here, we needed under 2:35.53 to make the final here for Kate Golby, and she does it by 0.06.
Oh, very close.
We said it was anyone's, and it's proven that not much between them.
Got to make sure you're putting your best foot forward. You never know who's going to pull out in the morning session, especially when we've only got a couple of days of racing on a lot of spread out heats. Some more 200 medley action for everyone. It's our 16 years age bracket now. We've got 3 heats this morning with our fastest qualifier here at 2:22.72 for Emerson Hogan, swimming out of Ivanhoe Swim. She's taking us out nice and smoothly. Not too far behind is Rihanna Chen, Zoe Schneider, as well as Chloe Burke, who's only 0.14 behind. 29.46 for our leader, Emerson Hogan.
Yeah, Burke had a good back part to that butterfly leg, and also started the backstroke strongly as well. But Emerson Hogan still in front here and will turn for the second half of this backstroke. Close to half a body length lead there over Chloe Burke. Got some swimmers on the outside there. Coming up there in lane number 2, had a really good 50 there, is Zoe Schneider. And she's going to touch in a third, but it's still Emerson Hogan in a first, Chloe Burke in second.
One thing you've got to notice as well is that Emerson Hogan, a different turn to Chloe Burke there. Chloe Burke decided to go with an open turn, whereas Emerson Hogan went with a switch turn. Managed to get off that wall a lot faster, but Chloe Burke has stormed into a lead here. So Emerson Hogan split strokes get her to keep up, and she's still quiet on the shoulder. We've got to also watch out for Zoe Schneider out in lane 2. She's looking to get her name in the mix here as we come into our final 50 metres.
Yeah, Chloe Burke with a really good breaststroke leg. Touches first there, but that battle is right on there for second and third. Emerson Hogan in a 1:48.66. Zoe Schneider in a 1:49.06. So only 0.2 between them, but it's all Chloe Burke at the moment as she turns for this last 25 metres there. The mountain swimmer is ahead, but Hogan had a really good turn and he's putting the pressure on her in this back part, but it is still Chloe Burke who is ahead, and she's going to touch first in this heat in a 1:20.18. Second was Emerson Hogan in a 2:21.03, and third Zoe Schneider in a 2:25.20. For Chloe Burke, came in with a 2:24, so nearly 4 seconds off her qualifying time.
Some very fast swims there, some big PBs as well. Definitely see the next 2 heats adjust. So moving to heat 2. Diving in now, heat 2 of 3 for our female 16 years, 200 metres medley. Jessie Steinman, a name that we've already seen this morning. Claire Matheson also in there as well. It's a great heat here. Our fastest qualifier is Jessie Steinman, so she is only 0.25 behind our fastest entry time, Emerson Hogan. Jessie Steinman swimming at Nuttawading. She is going to be the one to take us out, but not too far behind is Grace Cox. They both turned in 30 points apiece. As we now move to the backstroke, and we're really seeing Jessie Steinman push that stroke rate up really high. She is setting herself up here for a fast swim this morning. Yeah,
she's already seen Hogan go under her seeded time and Chloe Burke go even faster. So the pressure's been put back on Steinman, who has had a couple of good swims this morning, but she is in control of this race as we come down to the wall for that touch from backstroke into a breaststroke here. So we've got Steinman up and breathing, and now in second spot, who had a really good turn there, was Grace Cox. So she is coming up on Steinman, but there's still more than a body length lead there. In third spot in lane number 3, Claire Matheson.
So we've seen already this morning across all these 200 IMs, this breaststroke 50 is where things start to shake up and get interesting. We have either people extending their leads or people getting mowed down heading into the final 50, but Jessie Steinman is holding her lead very nicely. Very balance athlete. She's great at all 4 of these strokes. She touches in a 1:48.1. Second place, Grace Cox not too far behind. It's all going to come down to these turns. Third, GUCO. So we're powering through here into our final turn. It is Steinman leading us through here. We'll be coming down to the touch on where she's sitting in the rankings tonight.
Yeah, so still ahead here as she comes down to the second half of this last lap here, and Cox finishing strongly, but Steinman is going to take it out in a 2:26.68. So that's going to place her third fastest at the moment there. Second was Grace Cox and third Claire Matheson. As we come down towards the end of the first lap here in the third heat. So the middle lanes there, Ava Candy leading the way there in lane number 4 as we're in the butterfly leg. She's still ahead here as we're coming down towards this turn in lane number 5. Frances Badville also looking really strong.
So still our leader, Ava Candy. Not too far is Frances Boudville from Melbourne Vic Centre. New coach heading up the Melbourne Vic Centre Club, Richard Slide, who's come down from Queensland. Very accomplished coach. They're very fortunate enough to have him running the program, but it's still going to be Ava Candy leading us out in this backstroke. She's really separated herself from the field, built through her stroke rate nicely, keeping her legs nice and light, so she has the energy to crank them in the final 50. She hits a touch, 107.86, a second and a half ahead of Frances Boudville and Yuxi Liu.
Yeah, so Candy still in front here, but Boudville looking fairly strong in this breaststroke leg. And coming up in lane number 3, Lou as well has had a really good first 25 of the breaststroke, but it's still Candy leading here from Frances Boudville, who had a really good turn there. So the pressure is all on Ava Candy here in this breaststroke leg. She's still in front, but Boudville is now coming at her. It is going to be a touch as we head into the freestyle, and it is lane number 5 that has taken the lead in that breaststroke stroke here. The question is, does Ava Candy have the response?
Coach Richard from Vic Centre giving his swimmer a big wave and a yell, telling her to keep the distance on Ava Candy. We hit the final turn here, and it's popped up really even. It's going to be a tight battle. Candy looking towards Boudville. It's as we come under the flags now, it's stroke for stroke here. You've got to keep your head down and get your hand on the wall. And she does it. 2:25.41, Frances Boudville, our winner. Ava Candy in second, 2:25.44. Third to Yuxi Liu in a time of 2:30.71.
In the water for the 15-year-old 50-metre freestyle here. So the quick get in and dash here, and not much separating the swimmers here in lane number 5. Caitlin Ord is probably leading at that halfway mark. As we look, there's not much between lane 3, 4 and 5. Lane number 2 is also there, but Caitlin Ord with a really strong finish there, finishes in a 26.68. Second is Vera Zheng in 27.30, and third is Zara Olenagi in lane number 3. As we're underway in the second of 5 heats here in the 50-metre freestyle. Again, not much across the pool. It's probably lane 4 and 5 here. Kiara Jeffs, who we've seen has had a sensational morning, is probably in the lead there in lane number 4. She had a really good turn to further extend that, and she's leading as we come underneath the flags here. It will be Jeffs again, who touches first in a 26.76. Second is Waylon Trang in a 27.19, and third is Phoebe Balcombe.
Here we go, heat 3 of our 50 metres freestyle. It's absolutely anyone's game here. Zara Jeffrey taking us out nice and strong into the first turn. Let's see how the underwater and breakout is. She keeps her lead, but she is being challenged by Phoebe Scarf in lane 5. It's a very tight battle here for first place of heat 3. As we hit the touch, it's definitely Zara Jeffrey to get her hand on the wall. 0.25 ahead of Phoebe Scarf, and third to Caitlin Hassler, 27.36.
Heat number 4 of these 50-metre events for the 15-year-old girls here, and it's lane number 1 that has started really strongly out there. Georgia Skinner, she will turn in first place. Lane number 5 there, Leah Betson, also had a really good first 25 metres here, but it's lane number 1 and 2, Georgia Skinner and Talia Shepherd, who are leading the way out on that far side, and it is Skinner who wins in a 28.20. Second there was Ruby Morgan, and then in third place was Leah Betson.
Final heat now of our 50 metres freestyle, 15 years. Very even across the field, particularly at the top of the screen. It's our 4 girls up top that will take us out, as well as Ella Weber down in lane 8. And Weber with a fantastic turn and underwater. She is got to try and hold on to her lead here. It's looking like she's going to as we close in on the finish. It's a fantastic swim from Weber, 28.05, so over 1 second PB from the outside smoke in lane 8. Gemma Sullivan will take out second for heat 5, and third to Charisse Chan. So move now to some 100 metres butterflies. So event 37, our females 14 years, 100 metres butterfly. We have 5 heats. Our top seed for this event is Hei-Ching Wong from MLC, 103.26. So she's a good 3 seconds ahead of her closest competitor in this race, Rulan Wang. And she's already asserting herself coming into the final stroke of the first 50. She turns in a 29.84, really setting herself up nicely. Right behind is Wang from Ivanhoe Swim in lane 5. Third down the bottom of your screen is Grace Dale and a 32.54, but at the moment it's still all Henrietta Wong, who moves into the final 25 metres, and she's hitting some fantastic underwaters, holding speed through the breakout, low breath as we hit the flags in the final couple of strokes, head down. She's going to touch in a 103.70. So only a half a second behind her entry time. Lalan weighing in second, 106.44, and third will go to Chloe Zizwarek and a 108.55. Swimmers being told to stand down. Heat 2 now breaking out for our females 14 years, 100 metres butterfly. Our fastest entry for this heat is Millie Charlton from Ivanhoe, 104.54. She's going to be touching first alongside Taylor Miller in lane 5. So our two centre lanes looking to do some work here, but that was a fantastic underwater from Millie Charlton. Lots of depth off the push-off, managed to build it very nicely into the breakout. She's going to touch in first, 30.32, so just a little behind our previous heat's winner, Henrietta Wong. But now she's really started to put some distance between her and Taylor Miller in second. Not too far behind is Zara Gamboa as well as Alice Jones. So it's definitely tied for second and third here. But it is all Millie Charlton heading into the flags now. Head down, couple of strokes in. She's looking to hit that wall. It's a 103.93, so a very fast final 50. Second will go to Taylor Miller from Melbourne Vic Centre, and third to Zara Gamboa from Western Melbourne Propulsion in a 107.73. Heat 3 now, and definitely some familiar names that we've seen this morning. Tiffany Miette, Audriana David, Mary Steele, just to name a few. He's going to be Audriana David to take us out. She had a commanding lead in the butterfly leg of the 200 metres IM. She is charging away. Notice a very low breath, tucking in the head with perfect timing. It's a bit of a tight touch on the wall, but she's still taking us out in 30.24. Not too far behind is Mary Steele as well as Megan Lee, who we've seen with really long underwaters. It's still all Audriana David here though. Coming off the wall, maintaining speed and flow is so important, making sure you're holding the same order from the beginning to end of the race. As we hit the closing 5 metres now, it's looking like it's going to be a 104.54 for the winner of Heat 3, Audriana David, followed by Mary Steele and Megan Lee. So a couple of 107s and a 104 for our winner of Heat 3. Fantastic start out of lane 5, Isaiah from Sutton. Touching the wall significantly ahead of the rest of the field. Just a fantastic dive and underwater. Let's hope she can maintain those underwater skills throughout this whole entire race. She's really extended her lead here to a full body's length. Talia Damianidis up the top of your screen as well, touching in second. Nia Chapman in third, 32s. But our only other swimmer to go under 30 in the first 50 is Isaiah from Heat 4. Let's hope she can hold on as we're now approaching our third and final turn. Still maintaining that lead. The swimmers keeping on her feet. We've also got Clarkson and Graham at the bottom looking to really push the back ends of this race. But it is still all Isaiah from Sutton in lane 5. She will touch in a 109.5. Second place going to Talia Damianidis, equal with Nia Chapman, and third will go to Sophia Graham. So only 3 swimmers left of our final heat here of our females 14 years 100 metres butterfly. Emma Baldwin from Cheltenham, Michaela Pistorius from Geelong, and Z Lee from Surrey Park. It's looking like the Nunna Cheltenham swimmer Emma Baldwin taking us out here. She's almost got a full body's length already on the first 50. She touches in a 31.97. Followed by Michaela Pistorius, 33.82, and Z Lee, 34.61. So still staying really low through the breath is the Nunna Cheltenham swimmer. Nice and fast on and off those walls. So important on these touch turns. You want to feel like you're bouncing on and off the wall. A real smooth transition to ensure that you're not creating any resistance and creating any dead time by staying on the wall for too long. It is going to be Emma Baldwin to touch in first. 109.4 for our final heat winner. Michaela Pistorius in second in a 113.13, and third to Z Lee, a 114.42.
We're in the water for the 200 metre freestyle for the girls 13-year-olds here. As we see, it's lane 5 there. Amy Ball, who is in front of Zara Barr there in lane number 6. As we see them head down this one. Amy Barr is there in front. Amy Bai, is there in front, turning in a 29.34. Second is Lucy Dolan in a 29.98. And third is Zara Barr in a 30.61. But it's still Amy Bai who is in front out there. Bai turns there at the 75 metre mark, still in front, but now coming up alongside her is Lucy Dolan. As we see Bai touch first here in a 102.86. Dolan in a 103.08, and third is Zara Barr in a 104.61. Not much between our two leaders in the middle of the pool, and now Amy Bai and Lucy Dolan, and it's Dolan who is now ahead there in lane number 4 with Bai looking to stick with her as we come down for the 150 mark. It's Dolan leading 137.204. Amy Bai in 137.52. And then a second back in third is Zara Barr. As Barr now coming up on a Bai, and it's Dolan in front. So we've got the top three fighting it out. Lucy Dolan still in front here as we head down here to the last half of this last lap here. It's going to be Lucy Dolan who gets the win in this first heat. She's going to touch in a 2:10.69, just touching out Zara Barr, who finished very strongly in a 2:10.88, and then Amy Bai in third in a 2:11.67. Underway in the second of two heats of the 200 metre freestyle for the 13-year-old girls here, and starting well in the middle of the pool there in lane number 5 is Fami, who will take the lead into this first one. Abby Mesha in lane number 4 also had a good start, as did Aria Wendt, another one we've already seen today out in lane number 2. But it's going to be Fami who touches first here halfway through with a 30-second flat for that first 50 metres. So it was actually Mesha who touched 30 seconds flat. Fami didn't have a time there, didn't hit the touch pad correctly, but she is in front and has been able to extend her lead in this next part of the race here. She's out by 3/4 of a body length here over Mesha. So Fami looking to come in and touch at the 100 metre mark here. Touches in a 1:02.25. She's more than a second ahead now of Abby Mesha in a 1:03.46. In third is Aria Wendt, and then fourth is Lydia Hasu in lane number 1. So Fami again continuing to extend her lead here. It's well out over a body length here as she's coming down to touch the wall for the 150 metre mark here in this 200 metre race here. Fami, who came in with a time of 2:11, so third fastest entry time here. Abby Mesha came in with the fastest qualifying time here, but unable to match it so far with a Fami who has kicked away. There is a body length between 1 and 2. Then the fight in the middle of the pool in lanes 3 and 6 for third spot here. But Fami now down in this last 25 metres, still ahead here. Abby Mesha coming hard at her, but I think Fami's turned off the kick here and allowed Mesha to get back to her, and it's going to be Fami who wins in a 2:11.18, Mesha in a 2:11.9. So some really good swims there for both of those swimmers. Lucy Dolan, though, will go in as the quickest qualifier. Now we've got the girls 12-year-old in the 200 metre freestyle event here. This one we will have 3 heats here, and it's pretty even across this first lap in the middle of the pool there. Lane 3, Angelina Shang, who has had a good morning, probably slightly ahead here as we come into this one. Lane number 2, Claire Danny, another one who we've seen a fair bit of, has had a good start here, as has lane 4, Raina Schneiders. So all 3 of them have had plenty of time in the pool this morning. Taylor Holt, who is in 4th, is another one who has as well, but still not much between the first 3 in the middle of the pool here. But looks like Angelina Shang in lane number 3 here. Now just starting to open up a lead, but probably didn't have the best of the turns and allowed the others back into it. So they are keeping in touch with her, but Angelina Shang is still ahead by half a body length here as we come down to the halfway mark of this race here. Schneider's will turn in front, so she had a good end to that lap there. We'll turn in a 105.70. We've got Shang in a 105.95, and then Taylor Holt in a 106.40 in third spot there. The top two have still got that gap, and there's not much between them there. Schneider's had the better of the turn, so she is ahead there. Holt, though, sticking with them, and then you've got Claire Danny over there in lane number 2, also in that mix for a top 3 finish here. Schneider's turns first as we head into the 150. She turns 141 flat. She's 0.75 ahead of Angelina Shang here as we come down to the last 50 metres. Holt also sticking with them, but Schneider's now starting to kick away from those two. She turns in front, heading into this last lap. Now half a body ahead here. She had a really good turn, but the battle is now on. Angelina Shang coming hard on one side, Taylor Holt coming hard on the other. Schneiders is able to just hold on, and she wins in a 2:15.80. Taylor Holt in a 2:16.19, and Angelina Shang in a 2:16.29. We've got the second of 3 heats here now for the 200 metres freestyle for the 12-year-old girls. And it's been a really strong start there in lane number 4 for Kira Stubbins. She's come out really fast and turned well ahead of the pack there. In lane number 6, Cadence Power Kahiki Lewis also had a really good first 25 metres here, but it's all Stubbins with more than a body length lead coming into the 50-metre mark. She turns in a 29.02. She's more than a second and a half ahead of Power Kahid Lewis. And then in third spot was Victoria Dang, who's now come back into it after being slow off the blocks. Stubbins turns still well ahead. The battle for second is there between Power Kahika Lewis and Victoria Dang in lanes 5 and 6. But Stubbins looks like she has increased her lead as she comes down here for the 100-metre mark. Turns in a 1:02.38. She's 2.5 seconds ahead of Power Kahika Lewis there in the second spot. Stubbins now comes in some nice turns there. No pressure on her with that lead as the battle for second and third. Dang now looks to have overtaken Power Kahika Lewis there into that second spot and opened up half a body length of a lead there. But it's Kira Stubbins who turns in a 1:37.14. In second spot, Dang in a 1:39.84, and then in third spot is Power Kahika Lewis in a 1:40.51. Stubbins now turns for this final lap here. She came in with an entry time of 2:12 here, the second quickest coming in. She will win this heat, and she'll be looking to put a good time to make sure she qualifies in one of the centre lanes. And a 2:12.25 is just under her qualifying time and is about 3 seconds quicker than Rana Schneider's in that first heat. Victoria Dang finishes second in a 2:13. And then in third spot there is Power Kahika Lewis. So Stubbins and Dang, the quickest qualifiers so far. The third and final heat here for the girls. 12-year-old 200-metre freestyle are in the water. Fairly even start across the pool here. I think lane number 2, probably slightly ahead there, is Mackenzie Wilson, but nothing between the group here. Millie Bird in lane number 5 is going to have to come from a fair way back after not having the strongest first 50 metres here. As we turn at the 50-metre mark, it is Mackenzie Wilson in first. Second is Emily Dorvalut-Shakovsky, who we've seen a number of times today, and Alice Shea in that third spot. Still not much between them in this one. Wilson still leading ahead of Shea, and Mariella Simmons has started to come into this one here, but it's Wilson who is leading the way as we're coming down towards the 100-metre mark here. Wilson turns first, but only slightly ahead of Mariella Simmons in second, Alice Shea in third, and Isabel Thornborough now in fourth spot here. See, Mariella Simmons has now taken the lead in this one and opened up a little bit of a gap here on Shea and Wilson. Simmons is in front, but Wilson is coming back at her. So is Shea. Starting to see Bird now come into the race as well here. But it's going to be Simmons who turns in first in a 1:40.79. Second is Wilson in a 1:42.10. So second and a half lead here, and she started to really open this up. Bird coming really hard here as well. We said she had a slow start. She's now up to a second spot here. But it is Mariella Simmons who is leading this one quite comfortably here. She's coming down under the flags here. Came in with a time of a 2:15. She goes under that with a 2:14.62 here. Second was Miley Bird in a 2:16, so she goes under her qualifying time as well. And third was Mackenzie Wilson in a 2:17, and she's also under her qualifying time. We've got the girls 17 and 18-year-old 50-metre freestyle. We've got 2 heats here, so not long for these swimmers in the water. And it's lane number 4, Gabrielle King, who is leading halfway down. She had a really good turn and was able to extend that lead coming into this back half. She's more than half a body length ahead and extending that as we're coming into the wall here. Gabrielle King is going to take this one out quite easily in a 25.94. We've got Jen Lane in second in a 26.81, and then in third, Jessica Whiting in a 26.85. In the second of these 2 heats here for the 50-metre freestyle for the 17 and 18 girls here, we have got no Sophia Jacker in lane 5, but it is lane 4, Eve Anderson, who has started that one really well. So she's going to lead this one from start to finish. She's going to come in and touch the wall in a 26.11, so just slightly slower than the previous heat, but that will still put her in a good lane for the final tonight.
Here we go now, heat one of our girls 16 years, 200 metres breaststroke. A familiar last name there, Croato in lane 4. Memphis Johnson, lane 5, Frances Boudville, lane 6. Taking us out here really nicely. Fantastic split stroke there from Boudville, and we saw her earlier in the 200 metres IM, managed to do some damage in that third 50 of the IM. It is still going to be Claudia Croato, 35.47, a full second ahead of Memphis Johnson. And these split strokes across this 200 metres event are very important. It's about holding length, getting as much distance as possible off of every wall, maintaining speed up into the breakout.
Yeah, Corrado looking very comfortable here as she turns at the 75 metre mark there. Next to her, Memphis Johnson still having a good one, and Boudville, who we know can come home strong, is still in there. And also out in lane number 2 there, Zhu Lee has had a really good, has had a really good third 25 metres here, but it is Corrado who turns first in a 1:16.67, nearly 2 seconds ahead of Memphis Johnson.
So 100 metres to go here, and this is where we're going to start to see the rates pick up of the athletes swimming, starting to really progress forward with every single stroke. 75 metres to go. It's still Claudia Croato in the lead, trying to fight off Memphis Johnson and Frances Boudville in third.
Yeah, Corrado looking very comfortable there in front as that battle for the minor placings is starting to heat up. Johnson's still in second, but not much between lanes 2, 3 and 6 chasing her, as well as we see Corrado turn in a 1:59.07. The lead now out over 2 seconds to Johnson in a 2:01.34. As we see, Johnson still able to hold off the chasing pack there, but Corrado has had a really good performance so far.
So final lap here for one final big split stroke, and Corrado does that very nicely. She's got full 2 bodies lengths ahead of the rest of the field. We've also got Jiu Seo in lane 3 starting to make a move, as well as Yuxi Liu on the outside trying to hit a placing, but it is going to be a 2:40.77 for Claudia Croato out of lane 4. Second will go to Frances Boudville in a 2:46.7, and third to Yuxi Liu, 2:46.8.
Yeah, Corrado not just a second outside her entry time, so I'm guessing she'd be pretty happy with that and gives her a good launch pad for tonight. We've got our second heat underway here, and a number of familiar names as well in this one here. Zoe Schneider in lane number 4 is one we've seen a few times already this morning, and she's had a really good start, along with Isabel Nash out in lane number 1.
So only 2 heats of this 200 metres breaststroke for our 16 years, so 8 swimmers in this heat. Previous heat having 8 entries as well. It's really anyone's game here. We've had one withdrawal actually out of lane 3, sorry. So one less person to have to worry about. So if you want to spot in tonight's final, this is the race to do it. It is Snowy Schneider still in the lead though. Isabel Nash up top as well, having a fantastic swim, swimming out of Warragul Swimming Club.
Yeah, and Schneider coming in with a time with a 2:40 time, just ahead of what was swam in that first heat. So she'll be looking to put a good time to put that pressure back on Corrado going into that final, but she's looking very comfortable as she comes down to the halfway mark. She turns in a 1:14.46 here, 4 seconds ahead of Isabel Nash out in lane 1. So she's in complete control of this race so far.
So Ballarat gold swimmer well ahead of the rest of the field. We've got lane 1, Isabel Nash still holding on to second place, trying to fend off Amy Pruss down in lane 6. these split strokes in the back end of the race can really throw a spanner in the works, and you can set yourself up into a different position off of one simple turn without expending a lot of energy. Zoe Schneider, fantastic with a 1:14.46 out. Isabel Nash still sitting in second. Amy Pruss not too far behind. Got 25 metres to go here.
Yeah, and she looks quite comfortable there. Schneider has the opportunity now if she wants to switch off and just save some energy for tonight, knowing that she does have that lead, but also the opportunity there to lock in a really fast time as well.
Yeah, will conserve some energy, but she's still just going to maintain her pace, I think, into this final stroke. She hits the wall here. 2:36.59 for our winner, Zoe Schneider. Second will go to Pruis out of lane number 6.
Bit of a statement there from Schneider. 4 seconds quicker than Corrado in that previous heat there, so beats her entry time, and she'll go in as the favourite to tonight's final. Now in the water for the 100-metre butterfly for the 15 girls here, and wouldn't surprise me to see Kira Jeffs take this one out. She's been one of the stars of this morning's session here. She's the fastest qualifier in this heat, but there's plenty of pressure on her down this first lap with not much between probably the first 5 in the middle of the pool.
So 102.13, our fastest entry for Kiara Jeffs. She's going to turn in a 30.14. Second down in lane 6 for Ella Yap, and third Logan Shelley in lane 3. Still a lot of the girls in this heat trying to stay with Kiara Jeffs. As we hit the wall, she's started to extend her lead now. It's going to definitely come down to the turn on whether she can maintain it.
Yeah, she is well and truly ahead now as we're in the back half of this last lap. More than a body length ahead of her opposition there, and she's going to touch in a 1:04.06. In second spot was Logan Shelley in a 1:06.37, just ahead of Ella Yap in a 1:06.50, and Hannah Buchanan in a 1:06.60.
Heat 2 now breaking out of the water. Zara Jeffrey, Jemima Hale off to a full length start here, as well as Caitlin Ord in lane 3. Ord and Jeffrey going to touch in the wall first. Caulfield versus MSC, they're the two taking us out here really quick. It's going to be interesting to see what they touch in for the first 50. It's 29.51 for our leader Ord, followed by Jeffrey in lane 4, 29.96. So two girls under the 30 seconds, sorry, for the first 50. We didn't see that in the previous heat.
Whether they can now maintain that, as we saw Jeff's come home hard in that first heat here, and not much between lanes 3 and 4 here, and they're trading the lead. Caitlin Ord is there with Zara Jeffrey, and it's going to be Jeffrey who touches in a 1:04.46. Caitlin Ord in a 1:04.64. Jemima Hale in a 1:05 there, and also Kelia enters. So those four will be sitting from 2nd to 5th so far in the qualifications. Got the third of 4 heats here in this butterfly event for the 15-year-old girls, and it's the action in the middle of the pool again here. Lane number 4, Mia Bates, is probably leading here as we turn for the first 25 there. She had a really good turn there and able to bring out a little bit of a lead here as we come down for the halfway mark. Waylon Trung also had a good first 50, as has Lucy Doyle, who will turn in third behind those two.
So looking to maintain her lead now is Mia Bates. Staying nice and low, driving through into this turn, and this final turn is so important to maintain your speed out into the breakout so you can keep that flow and body position in those closing metres. On the other side, Waylon Trung, who we've seen swimming fantastic this morning, just on her feet, but it is going to be Mia Bates to maintain her lead. She touches the wall in a 1:03.85. Second will go to Lucy Doyle, and Waylon Trung will touch in third, a 1:05.58.
Yeah, Bates, the fastest qualifier there, the first swimmer into the 1:03s today for this event. Just 3 swimmers here in this final heat of the 15-year-old girls 100-metre butterfly here, and it's all in the middle of the pool and not much between the 3 so far. Peyton Smith with a small lead heading into that first turn.
So Geelong, Tiger Sharks, SMGS Aquatics here battling it out in our final heat of these 100s butterfly. It is going to be Tiger Sharks are touching first. Peyton Smith in a 33.76, just half a second ahead of Georgie Vague. We're heading in now, final turn. Holding great length is Peyton Smith. She extends into this turn. She just does a little stroke into that turn. She's still ever so slightly in the lead. Let's hope that doesn't cause little buckle in the stroke, but we do see Georgie Vague now starting to close the distance. Can Peyton Smith hold on now as we come into the final finish? He does. It's a 1:14.00 for Smith, 1:14.63 for Georgie Vague, and third will go to Alia Parsons. 1:16.39.
Now into the 50 metres here for the 14-year-old girls in the freestyle. As we've seen down this first lap here, it is the middle of the pool here. Riley Branston, a visitor here today, was one of the first fast starters there. David also having a good one in lane number 3, but lane number 1 over there, Sierra Kaufman, who have had a good day, comes in, and it's not much between them. It is Riley Branston who wins in a 27.10. Equal second is Zara Gamboa and Sierra Kaufman in a 27.14, and then third was in a 27.20. So not much between the 4 there, with David claiming 4th spot. as we're in the pool for this second one, and that first lap is already over here. And in lane number 4 is Fong Sutton, who had a really good, strong first half of this race and has been able to dominate this one out by more than a body length here as she comes into the wall and touches in a 26.43 there. Pippa Brown second, and then third, Zoe Skepper.
Heat 3 now of our 14 years, 50 metres freestyle. It's dead even across, but that was a great start from Henrietta Wong up in lane 1. She's had a fantastic morning. We hit the turn just slightly ahead, might have been lane 5. Chloe Chloe, Mary Steele, Tiffany Miette starting to push through now with 10 metres to go. As we're coming down now to the closing metres, it is going to be Chloe Chloe out in lane 5, 27.54. Second place will go to Mary Steele and third to Cassia Lockwood.
In the fourth of 6 heats here in this 50-metre dash. It's lane number 5 here, Helena Wakama, who had the better of the starts here. Lane number 7 also had a good turn there, Lily Goodman, as we now come down the back half of this race here. It's in the middle of the pool here. It's likely going to be lane number 4, Lola Jokic, who will be there, but is just touched out by Helena Wakama in that one. Wakama with a time of 28.63. Jokic in 28.72.
Second last heat here of our 50 metres freestyle. Now it's still very close here as we head into the turn. We're going to look to see whose turns are better to try and set themselves up ahead of the rest of the field. It's still dead even, but we've got 3 in the middle looking to push ahead of the rest of the field. Kachanik, Baldwin, Perry in the centre, but it is going to be our lane 4 winner, Emma Baldwin, 28.09. Second place, down in lane 6, Matilda Draper, and third to Callie Young in a 29.06.
In the water for the last of the heats for the 50-metre freestyle for the 14-year-old girls here. Fairly even start across the pool here. Not much between them as they turn for this second and final lap here. It's the middle lanes here in lane number 2 who are leading the way here. Maggie Fisher is there in lane number 2, and lane number 7, Isabel Crotto, who we have seen that name a number of times today, comes from behind to win in a 28.84. Second there was Maggie Fisher.
So this is heat 1 of our females 13 years 100 metres butterfly. Center lane, Jemana Fahmy taking us out really nicely, as well as Fiona Leong in lane 3. We do have 4 heats of this 100 metres butterfly. So our fastest entry times are 105.14. Let's see if we can get close to that. Is Jemana to take us out in the lead? It's quite even for our second and third placings of this first heat as we head to our final turn.
Yeah, we've already seen Fahmy have a really good battle in the 200 metre freestyle with Abby Mesha, who is the fastest seed in that next heat. But it's Fahmy who is leading the way here as we come down the back 25 metres here. She's able to hold that distance as we see the chase coming on from Kimberly Chen, who does come up for second, but it is Fahmy who wins in a 107.09. We've got Chen in a 107.70 and then Fiona Leong in a 107.88.
Diving in now is heat 2 of 4 for our 100 metres butterfly, 13 years. It's a great start there from lane 3, Arabella Scott, a name that we've seen quite often this morning, as well as Abby Mesha. So lanes 4, 5 and 3 taking us out. But that was a fantastic underwater there from Nuttawading's Mia Huang in lane 6. So it's a 4-horse race. As we close the first 50 metres of the race, it's Abby Mesha, 31.04, followed by Mia Huang, 31.09. Third, Arabella Scott.
You mentioned Yang's underwater in that previous one. This one again, it's given her the lead as we come into the final 25 metres here. It is Mia Yang who is leading this race as we come down the end of the pool here. Also, Arabella Scott's had a good turn there coming into this last 25 metres, but Mia Yang is in front and she'll touch in a 106.68. In second is Kiara Delaney in a 107.53. Arabella Scott in 107.88. Abby Mesha, the fastest qualifier in this heat, only finished 4th.
That's all we mean. As the program goes, depending on how many events you're doing, you are going to gain some fatigue, and it's going to be harder to swim on those entry times, especially that fatigue accumulates over a few days of worth of racing.
Underway in this third of 4 heats in the 100 metre butterfly here, and it was a really strong start in lane number 6 from Zhang Ang, who leads the way there. Also having a really good start is Amelia Lowe in lane number 4.
Fantastic start there. Again, a Nuttawading swimmer in lane 6. We're using their fantastic underwater skills. Ada Zhuang is going to touch in first, 30.67. Not too far behind is Amelia Liu in lane 4. Geelong swimmer Li Wen Niu also just creeping up on the hip of lane 4's Liu.
Yeah, Leo there had a really good touch now right there up on Zhang. So the front to the race is on there, but it looks like it is Lowe who is now in front after a really strong turn into this back at 25 metres. She can get the touch, she will get the win there and gets it in a 1:06.72. Zhang in a 1:07.18, and then third is Neo in a 1:08.39.
So our final heat here of our females 13 years 100 metres butterfly. We do only have 6 swimmers for this final heat, so not a full pool. It's looking like our outside lanes are the ones to touch in first after 25 metres. Claire Baker down in lane 7 with a fantastic opening 50, looking very smooth, but through the centre of the field is Matilda Bibero. She's going to touch in second, just 0.1 behind Claire Baker. So an outside lane and a centre lane looking to battle it out here. In creeping up is Zoe Liu in lane 6 as well in third.
Been a really good swim so far by Matilda Bibero in that lane 4, and she's been able to maintain that lead there as she comes down for this last half of this last lap. It's been a really good finish by Yao in lane number 6, but it's going to be Bibero who wins this one in a 1:12.74 there. Zoe Liu in a 1:14.70 in second spot, and then third is Karen Jiang in a 1:15.61. We're now in the second last event of this morning session in the Mcconnell pool. It is the 100 metres butterfly in the 12-year-old girls here, and it's been a very strong start there in lane number 4 from Zoe Clemenson. So someone we have seen across the morning here. She's leading by more than a body length in this second lap here as she continues to extend this lead as she comes down to touch on this wall. Comes in with a qualifying time of 1:04, more than 3 seconds quicker than the next best here, and it's Clemenson who is leading. In second is Lee, in third is Amber Liu. So it is lanes 4, 5 and 6 who are in front here, but it's all Zoe Clemenson leading the way as she turns for this last 25 metres here. Clemenson going down as she comes down to this last half of this lap here. She's going to go in and win this one easily in a 1:05.22 there. In second spot here is going to be Amber Liu in a 1:10.45, and third is Zhu Li in a 1:11.58. Now the second heat of this 100 metre butterfly here. Again, a number of these swimmers we have seen across the morning here, and Kira Stubbins, who is leading the way, is one of them, and she's going to go out quickly here, coming with a 1:07 qualifying time. The only other swimmer to have a better time than that is Zoe Clemenson, who we saw go 1:05 in that first heat. As we see Stubbins leading by a body length here as she turns at the 50 metre in a 31:30. In second is Lee in a 33:54, and third is Ann Deep in a 33:57. We see Stubbins here still with this really strong lead, but that battle for second is now heating up. Deep is now turned in second. Then in third, you've got Trin, and then fourth, you've got Lee. But it is all Kira Stubbins who's going to come out and take this heat with ease here. She's going to go in and touch in 1:09.02. So she's the second fastest qualifier so far. Deep in a 1:12.57 touches second, and Julia Trin in a 1:12.72 is third. In the water here for this final heat of the 100-metre butterfly here for the 12-year-old girls. Starting really well. Out in lane number 2 there is Anna Kang. So it's going to be Kang who leads at that first turn here. Able to extend that lead and leading by more than a body length. Coming up now, Taylor Holt in lane number 4 had a really good turn and is now closing the gap as we come down to this halfway mark. Kang, it is Holt who is able to get that lead. She touched really well in a 32.81. She's 0.09 ahead of Kang at that halfway mark. In third spot was Mika Chow, but it is a battle between Anna Kang there and Taylor Holt. Not much between them as they touch for this last 25 metres here. And Rana Schneiders is now into that third spot. But coming up into this final one here, we have got Taylor Holt, who is leading the way, and she's going to touch first here in a 1:10.15. In second was Anna Kang, and third, Rana Schneiders. Here we go with the first of the 1,500 metres for mixed 12-year-old through to 14-year-old. So we've got a fair bit of swimming here to come in this last one. We believe there's meant to be 4 heats, but we have seen some pull out. So whether there's 3 or 4, we're yet to know.
Well, we have 31 entrants into this event. So if one person pulls out, then in theory, they should have 3 heats for 30 people. Now you might say, okay, well we're missing lane 8 and we're missing lane 1. Are they going to rock up? And I would say, no, they haven't rocked up, and they better make it 3 heats. They better find a gap somewhere else to put someone else in. Now, if you're wondering what happened to James, he sounds a lot sexier, I would say, I'm not James, I got taller. My name's Elliot Rogerson. I've been over on the men's side of the pool, over at the Horton pool. I'm so happy to be here at the Mcconnell pool. Unfortunately, James had to leave due to his personal commitments with his own training.
He's got to go back to training.
He's got to go back to training.
He was training before he commentated.
Yep.
Then he commentated, now back to training.
My word. He doesn't stop, does he?
He doesn't. I think it's his first full week back in there, so it's been a big week in the pool here as we see the middle 2 lanes here in Thomas O'Toole and Angus Goodson, who have started well here. And for those who were listening, it is the UNCLOUD Victorian Age Short Course Championships, and with vaping on the rise in Australia over the past few years, a range of public health responses have emerged to tackle this complex issue in multiple ways. The UNCLOUD campaign is one of them. Swimming Victoria has partnered with Vic Health to amplify the UNCLOUD campaign across our upcoming events and programs this short course season. With more and more people vaping each year, UNCLOUD creates a space for young people to hear from their peers, to share their experiences, thoughts and feelings, to have a voice. UNCLOUD is a hub to find peer-reviewed, scientifically backed information about vaping and seeing what vaping is. More importantly, it's a platform for young Australians to warn each other about the horrors of vaping. Visit uncloud.org to find out more. You see those middle 2 lanes here with O'Toole and Goodson kicking away here so far.
Yeah, 1,500 is definitely about setting that pace early. A theme of what we were talking about on the Horton side of the pool is that first 50 in a 200 especially, but then you've got 400s and now it extends out to 8s and 15s. It's easy speed, and you need to make sure that you settle into your stroke as quickly as possible. James would have told you that. He's a good middle distance swimmer. It was something that I did quite a lot when I was back when I was a young'un and back when I was swimming, was the 1,500. It's about settling into the rhythm, and then there's so many ways that you can break it down. You can say, okay, first, 50 is obviously easy speed, take care of this, that, and the other, but then you might set it up as 3 500s, 5 300s, 15 100s, maybe even 7 200s with a 100 at each end, which is just fast.
Yeah.
You can try and hold pace. You can try and set the pace early. You can, make sure that you're next to whoever you want to be next to. It's really up to you, and because there's so many ways of swimming and so many different tactics, I would love to be able to see these kind of tactics. My favourite kind of races are when I can see what the athlete is trying to do and what they've communicated with their coach, and they've got a very clear plan.
And look, and you mentioned that here, obviously we've got swimmers who are 12, 13, 14. We've also got India Condon swimming with the guys as well. So you talk about the importance of focusing on your own race. Is that even more important with the different age groups and being a mixed race?
Well, the beautiful thing about by having mixed age groups and mixed gender swimming is that there are more people around the time that you want to swim, so you need to latch onto them. You can see over here in lane number 7 and 6, you've got these 2 guys that are just with each other. All right, they've said we're going to swim next to each other. We're gonna race a little bit, or maybe one says I'm going to swim next to him and just hang off him and maybe win the last 50, or that's all I want to do, because who have you got here? You've got two 14-year-olds in lane 6 and 7. So they're going to be fighting directly for a medal. Do you know if they hand out different medals for 13, 14, 12?
I'm not sure, but these are finals as well, so we won't see these event tonight here. So
this is where it all comes. You know, we're not going to have an extra one tonight.
Yeah, it is. And you mentioned, obviously, in lane 6 and 7 there, Collins and Wu, just 3 seconds with their seeded time coming in as well. So they're fairly evenly placed heading into this event here, as we see Thomas O'Toole well and truly in front. They're nearly 13 seconds ahead of Chahul. And then we've got Oliver Searley there in third. But we do have a timing issue there for Goodson. So Goodson is second, but we don't know what his time is at the moment.
Yeah, we'll have a quick peek. I'd assume it's somewhere around a 2 to 3 second gap between the two of them. 36, maybe like I would say that... 2 seconds. Yeah, 2 seconds, yeah. Oh, sorry, yes, it was shielded. I've blocked by these flags here. But either way, it's all good. Yeah, as I said, many different ways you can swim this. I don't know if Angus is just hanging off him and waiting for him to break or what he's doing, but, you know, there was a race that I swam back when I was young and when I was about 13 or 14 years old. No, the fastest time going into the final at State Long Course, and a kid by the name of Heath McLeod, very talented, a national age group champion. You know, he went on to be, but it was a bit before that time. He swam the 1600 against me, and he knew that I was most likely going to win it. So he sat on my wake for literally the whole race, and then just overpowered me in the last 50, and there was nothing I can do to it. It's a beautiful strategy. I didn't like it because I lost, but it was a beautiful strategy because it's what works for him. And at the end of the day, you need to find something that works for you. 1500s aren't won on the day. 1500s are an amalgamation of 60k weeks, especially for the more senior and open guys. These guys wouldn't be swimming that far, but 60 kilometers a week for 40 weeks a year, just making sure that you get training under your belt and rep and rep and rep, and you keep on swimming, so that by the time you get to this, you can turn off and you're so numb to the pain of a 1500 because training should be so hard.
It's just normal.
Well, training should be so hard that it makes the race easy. Same with game day. You know, we've got a lot of AFL fans here. Nick Dacos just doesn't rock up on Anzac Day and have 35 touches for the hell of it. It's because he trains it. You know, it becomes second nature to him. I
was going to say, as an Essendon supporter, or we let him have 35 possessions as well.
Well, you chose not to tag him, so, you know.
As we see Thomas O'Toole there in front, well and truly in front. And heading in this one, O'Toole, the fastest qualifier heading in. We've got the 3 swimmers under 18 minutes with entry times in this race. Goodson came in with a 17:44, so about 6 seconds behind O'Toole, and Chahul with a 17:58. So no surprise to see those 3 out in front. But there is the gap opening up between them. But it's good to see Goodson staying within that distance of O'Toole. I reckon he's slightly reduced the margin.
So I'm just looking at other spot fires around. So the kids in lane 6 and 7, you were talking about Wu and Collins are right next to each other. They've said, stuff that. Wu has just said, you're swimming a bit too slow for me. I want something a bit more my tempo, my pace, and he's just broken away. He's broken that engagement that they had together. So that's good to see. You've got a bit more of a battle going on there between lane number 3 and lane number 2, between Chahal and Searley. Sorry, I've got a mate called Steely. That's why that one came out.
I was going to say, yeah, there's only 0.3 between them as we see them come down to the wall here, and
it's even less.
It's even less. Only 0.14 between them in third and fourth. Our score still doesn't have Goodson, so obviously not touching the wall properly, or a problem with the touchpad for his lane.
I think there's a problem with it. I don't think there's a problem with the touchpad, because you'll see him come through here, and oh no. Never mind, because he got a time earlier.
He did,
that's
yeah.
That's how we noticed the 2 seconds. So it seems to be a bit up and down. Hopefully they can take care of that.
As we are now 850 metres through for the leaders. Thomas O'Toole still in front. Goodson's in second. We still don't know what his time is. And then that battle for third over in lanes 3 and 2 is still on. Chahal slightly ahead there of Sealy. That gap now has extended a little bit. It is out to 0.31. So Chahal just staying just ahead there.
I'm trying to figure out the breathing pattern of Thomas O'Toole here. So he breathes off the first stroke, breathes 2, then he'll hold his head down, breathe 3, breathe 2, then breathe 3, breathe 2. No, he goes back to a 3 there, then a 2, then a 2, then a 2. It's a bit random. It's not consistent. You need to make sure that you get into a rhythm here. So 2, 3, 2, 3, 3, 2, 2, 2.
So it seems he goes to 2 as he comes closer to the wall and goes 3 in the middle of the pool. And obviously that's probably something still as a 13-year-old his coaches will work with him as he does a few more of these races.
Yeah. There could be a little bit of looking around because obviously everyone's scattered. You know, you don't have your entire bearings on where everyone is because there's so much going on around so many different places. But yeah, I'd just like to see a bit more of a refined pattern for him. It's like he goes 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, which I'd be fine with because that's actually how I used to. Up until the age of about 16, I used to swim bilaterally, where I would just go 3s. But then I got into a position where I'm like, okay, you know, maybe 2s is better because it's what all the good swimmers do on the international stage, and it's just about rhythm. You know, I did bilateral because it was even, and I wanted to feel the same on my left as I did my right. I didn't want my right wearing down more than my left, yada, yada, yada. But I think I just want to see a bit more rhythm from him. In the way he breathes. Now, the other thing I was going to say about his breathing is you can see both goggles. You need to make sure that your head comes down and it's the bow that's made by your forehead creates a little air pocket so your nose, so that the arch of your nose is where the water runs down, and it therefore opens a little gap, a little pocket for you to breathe into. So he's lifting his head too high. He can actually keep his head down a little bit lower, and it means he's more streamlined. He's very bouncy with the way he swims. You can see him bobbing up and down, and he doesn't have an even kick to kind of work him out. At the moment, he's getting through on pure willpower and desire, but I feel like Angus is potentially closing the gap a little bit here. Yeah,
there's battles all over here as well. The battle for third and fourth. We've also got Collins coming in. Sorry, we've got Wu coming into that mix as well. He's closed that gap on Sealy and Chahal. So Chahal fell behind Sealy on that one. So there's not much between third and fourth, but definitely agree Goodson is closing that gap here as we see Chahal is there in third in a 13:06.17. It's 0.41 ahead there of Sealy, and then there's a couple of seconds back to Wu, but there's nothing between those three.
You're seeing, I do definitely feel like this gap is closing down, and I'm wondering if the inefficiency of his breathing and his stroke is starting to really weigh on him here for Thomas O'Toole. Because, mate, you can see it. He's now within a body length is Angus Goodison, and he's really closing that down. And he's got a much more pronounced. You can see he keeps
that's
one
less than a body
in.
length. He had, on that turn, he reduced that even further. Goodison is really closing that gap here, and this is going to be a race on in the last 250 metres here for this first spot here. As we said, both came in with times under the 18 minutes, only 2 of 3 across this whole field.
Well, this is what I'm talking about, the efficiency of the stroke. You watch the way that the two of them come off the wall here. Angus is way more smooth with the way he breaks out. He transitions his speed off the wall, and there isn't even a full streamline there for Thomas O'Toole.
Yeah, and we've seen Goodison's taken that lead. He is got a fair bit of body length here as we see the battle between the third and fourth. Chahal there is still there, but Wu is coming up on Sealy as we see the first two look to lap the other three. So it looks like we've got 5 across the pool, but it's 2 separate battles there. But it's Goodinson who is slightly ahead here as we're coming down for the 1,300-metre mark. We won't have his time. We've had issues with his touchpad for majority of this race, but he is in front, and on that turn he's getting a lot of space now on O'Toole.
It's just about efficiency. Now, I say this, I'm not being mean to Thomas here. I want to say that the fact that he's getting this far into a race and he was that far ahead shows how much heart he's got. If he can just fix up the way that he swims and the technical aspect, he's already got the will and the want and desire to be good at a 1,500 and be a good quality swimmer. You know, he just needs to make sure that he can fix up those things in training so that by the time it comes to racing, when the pressure's on, he can deal with it.
And the one thing we do look at, Angus Goodinson is 12 months older. He's a 14-year-old compared to O'Toole, the 13. And we have said at this age there can be a big difference with the development of the swimmers here. But I think the main thing, just the style that Goodinson is swimming here. He is well and truly broken O'Toole here as he heads down to get the 1,400 metres, so only 100 metres to go, but he is well and truly in control of this race.
Oliver Seeley has also just put a bit of distance on Chahal there, so it might not look like a lot, but he's pacing out at around 0.6 to 0.7 faster per 50 in this last 250 metres. So this is what I'm talking about, where I can see what each athlete is trying to achieve from their race. You know, that's a very clear game plan of be next to him and then try and break him with 200 to go. Yeah,
and Wu's still sticking with him as well, but yeah, Seeley looks like he has broken in the battle for Chahal as we see Goodinson now gets the bell. He has 50 metres to go here. O'Toole now turns there, so he gets the bell as well. And we're seeing that race is well and truly over as we see Goodinson come up against Collins, but we do know that he has lapped him here, and we're going to see Angus Goodinson now come down in this last 25 metres here. He has swam really well. He came in with a time of 17:44. He is going to absolutely smash that with a 17:06. So that is nearly 38 seconds of an improvement.
Such an impressive swim. Give a thumbs up to the coach. Well done, young man. What an excellent, excellent swim.
And O'Toole there, 23 seconds off his time. So he'd be disappointed not to win, but 23 seconds off an entry time is massive. So we've got 1 and 2 there.
No, it's very, very good swims by those young lads. I'm looking forward to seeing what the future looks like for them, because Angus definitely has the skills required to just be efficient through the race. You know, the 1,500 is about efficiency, whereas Thomas definitely has the want, will and desire.
As we see Seeley get that one, and he goes under the 18-minute mark. Came in with a time of 18:09, so another big PB there. Chahal also came under, so a PB for him, and Wu also under the 18, so some big PBs for these swimmers.
Yeah, good stuff, and that's what you want to see. You want to do all this work and have something to show for it at the end. It's very disheartening if you can't make a small improvement. You know, the worst thing to be is half a second over your PB.
It is, as we have got all the swimmers in there. India Condon, who was the only female in that race, also got a PB there, nearly 5 seconds off her. So it was a good swim across the board for all of these swimmers.
Now, we've only got 2 people lining up in this next heat. I'm wondering what's going on here.
Yeah, this is very strange. And this isn't the names we've got on our list either.
So you got another warning swimmer. What's that other swimmer?
We have got a 200-metre freestyle for 13-year-olds here.
Oh my gosh, we got a swim off.
We must have a swim off.
Is this a swim off? All right. Give me some numbers, please.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Where were these girls ranked? Now, here's the first thing I'm doing. The very first thing I'm doing is I'm looking at their previous time. So this is almost always the way in a swim off. these girls, at least one of them is going to go faster than what they did in the heats to put them in this position. Let's just try and find it here. How old are these girls, do you know?
They are 13. So event number 39. I've never done a swim-off before, so...
Oh, have you not? Oh, wow. Well,
so
it's a lot of fun.
In this one, there was only 2 heats originally.
Okay.
So there wasn't much opportunity here, so they had to do that, and we're seeing Hasu is leading this one here. We saw the number 1 qualifying time was a 2:10.69, which was Lucy Darwin. So 2:15.78.
That's a 5.
Sorry, 75, yes. I read that and just...
Oh, no, the board hasn't shut down, has it?
Oh, we've had issues with the board all day. We're going to see Hasu leading, is leading this one in a 1:05. She's come out in a 1:05.52, ahead by 0.11 here.
That's so good. All right, I'm loving this. I'm loving this. Now, so in theory, I would want to see them hit around the 2:12 mark if they're out in a 1:05. You don't want to be more than 2 to 3 seconds away from that first 100 if you want to have a nice even swim here. Now, we'll see if they can get under that 1:10 on the back end.
Well, if they get under 2:12, that's putting them up with some of the fastest qualifiers in this actual event.
Which will piss their coach off. They're still only separated by less than a quarter of a second. Please, can we have another swim off after this?
The officials are just looking. They're just looking at you there.
Let's do it. Stuff it. Get rid of a 1500. Replace it with 3 swim offs of this.
As we've seen, not much here.
As
there's nothing in this. As we are coming down to the final 25 metres here in a swim off. I think it's Jin slightly ahead, but Hasu's coming to her. Hasu's coming over the top here. There is nothing in this one. And Jin gets her. If she wins. So Hasu gets it in 2:14.35, 0.06 ahead of Jin. There's still nothing in them.
We were so close. We were so close to having another swim off. It's always so cool. We had the Nana coaches on the sideline here cheering their swimmer on, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to get her over the line. Great swim from her there, from both girls, from Jin and Sue. We're just going to need to have a quick chat about them. Why didn't they do 2:14s to begin with?
I know, 2:14s, they probably both would have qualified.
What do you mean both would have qualified? They both would have been in 8th and 9th with those times.
It's always the way.
Yeah, they would have pushed Zoe McCauley out of the final, but Zoe's in because she earned her spot. She swam at 2:15.3, obviously faster than the swim off there at 2:15.7.
By the way, we've got vacant lanes again in this 1500.
Of course we have vacant lanes again. It wouldn't be a 1500 if every lane was full.
Yeah, as we wait for the start here, we will quickly do a promotion here. I'll wait for this to go.
As we wait for the start to finish.
Yes. Now underway in this second 1500 metre mixed for 12-year-old to a 14-year-old. And quickly, Funky Trunks and Funkica have been major sponsors of Swimming Victoria for 9 years. Their swimwear and products embody a sport that blends modern innovation with a rich historical legacy. Partnering with quality Australian companies like the way the Funky Company allows Swimming Victoria to provide swimmers with excellent experiences today while ensuring even better opportunities in the future. Make a statement with their bold, colourful designs. Check out their website or pop into their shop upstairs.
We are underway with our second 1500 here. Now, copy and paste everything I said from the last 1500 and put it in this 1500 because that's all I've got, really.
And look, this one I expect to be a bit slower, looking on qualifying times. The fastest swimmer in this one coming in was an 18:31, so that's nearly a minute slower than the fastest swimmer heading in that previous one. And for me, I'm interested to see what some of the girls do. We did only have one girl in that first one, India Condon, who swam an 18:21. Whether we see some of these other girls match that.
Yeah. So the thing about them is they're not going to get the chance to race her directly. However, we have mixed because we want it to be a more efficient system, and it will only be a more efficient system if we get rid of one heat. Otherwise, we're going to be dealing with 4 heats again. But how many females have we got in here? So
We've got Malia Simmons, Amy Bai, Madeline Rigolo-Jones, Isabel O'Rourke and Miller Said.
So we would have had 2 heats of women and 2 heats of men. So there's a pretty even divide between males and females. Now, by merging them and making it a mixed event, that actually means that we have the opportunity to only make 3 heats instead of 4. Otherwise, there probably would have been too many, and we would have had, let's just say, 14 in each. If you have 14 in each, then that means you have to make a heat of 10 and a heat of 4 for both. Whereas if you have 28 swimmers, you can just make it 3 heats. So that's the reason we make these longer events mixed, is to make it more efficient. We've been here since 8:30 this morning. Well, at least I got on pool deck at 8 a.m. this morning.
I was here by 8 a.m, yeah.
Yeah, so it's been a long day.
Are you on tonight?
Yeah, I am on tonight. I am on, are you on tonight?
No, I'm not on tonight.
Wow, you are missing out. It's going to be so fun.
Plenty of finals action. I'm guessing there's been some standout swimmers you've seen this morning from the boys, and we've seen some for the girls as well.
Well, from the men's side, probably my 2 swimmers to watch, and they just dominate their respective age groups, is Ishak Ismail and Hantang Wang. And Hantang speaks for himself. You know, he set the Victorian record in the 200 free, and we saw him this morning swim it very interestingly. It's like he swam the 200 the way he wants to in the first 100, but he understands he's got a big program coming up, so he didn't want to do that second 100 at that race pace, so he backed off and he went something like a 25 and 28 in the first 100. Usually you'd want to go 28, 28 and keep it close. He'd then drop back to a 32, 32. So he swam a little bit slower.
Tactical.
He's still the fastest qualifier for tonight, which is absolutely insane. That he swam 4 seconds slower per lap on the back end and still was able to get into that lane 4 for tonight. But that's just a mark of how good he is. Ishak Ismail, just an absolute animal. Like, think of Katinka Hozu the way that he's swimming at the moment. The Iron Lady herself. He had 11 events lined up for this week. He had pulled out a one this morning, the 100 breaststroke, but that was so that he actually did a PB for himself in the 200 freestyle, the 200 IM, sorry. So a couple of these guys are really dominating their respective age groups. Milo Dressel de Bruin, Felix Dressel de Bruin. One of my ones to watch in the older age groups is Campbell Wilson Moran. He went a 54.01 and he even split it. So in theory he did 3/4 of a second of a PB, and he's within 1 second of that Victorian age group record held by Yanning Zhang. So he's one of my ones to watch tonight to see whether he can break that record.
Yeah, as we're 400 metres through, this one is the leader, Lev Dushlek. Turned in a 4:32.11, well and truly in front here of the rest of the pack, as we're looking as that second swimmer is coming in. That's Amy Bai in a 4:47.24, so she's 15 seconds behind. From a women's side, for me, Lucy Ma is the one to watch. We were talking about this on off air. Her qualifying time for the 400 metres freestyle was a 4:17.21. She was only 0.1 outside of that, and you said that seeded time was a record she broke not that long ago.
Literally about 2 weeks ago at the Victorian Open Short Course Championships, she won a silver medal because of that swim in the 4:17. Now, the reason I remember it so vividly is because I believe at worst she even split, but I think she negative split that race. I think she was out in a 2:09 and came back in a 2:08, which is why it stood out to me as one of the swims of the competition. Because when I watch races, and especially 100s and 200s, you've got these numbers in your head. You want to be within a second and a half from your first 50, your second 50 to 200. You want to, at worst, a 2-second drop between your first 100 and 200 and a 200. And so when I was watching these athletes, she was like 5th at the halfway mark, and I kind of wrote her off because a lot of these girls dropped back, but that's when she really made her move and powered in to have an incredible swim. And I didn't know it at the time because it was open swimming, but she broke the Victorian record in it, so she now owns that. The only regret I have is I don't get to watch her tonight. I'd love to watch her try and crack that record again.
And then on top of that one, in the 200 metres IM for the 14 girls, she swam at 2:18.03. The all-comers record is 2:17.02.
Held by who?
It is held by Michaela Smith in 2013.
Interesting.
So she was only just out that, and she slowed that down. She's also the fastest qualifier in another event as well. So she's definitely one to watch. The other one for me is Kiara Jeffs, who will go in the fastest qualifier for a number of events there. One of them's the 15-year-old 200-metre IM, and she's one of the other ones who really stood out this morning.
Michaela Smith living in Brisbane now. I believe, I think she's moved out. The Smith family, very famous in Victorian swimming for, the last 15 years at least. You know, Nerese Smith, the older sister, being an open water champion, and Michaela then being next, making Australian teams, setting Victorian records. And then you have Brendan, who's the only male but Olympic bronze medalist, so very well known. And then Riddell Smith, who is still training at Nuttawinning Swimming Club under Joel Fink. So the four of them just have been a powerhouse of Victorian swimming for so long. But Nerese has moved on, she's got a kid now. I believe married to one of the coaches. I'm so sorry, I've forgotten his name. I really feel bad about this, but she's got her kid now, so that's her priority in her life. Michaela's moved on, retired from swimming, and is living in Brisbane with her new partner, and Brendan is still training in Queensland with his new squad. So quite a bit going on there, but I wonder if she'll tune in tonight to see if Lucy Marr will take over that record.
Yeah, as we see Lev Deshulik turn for the 700-metre mark here in a time of 8:01.69, so well and truly in front there from the rest of the pack. Just looking, Amy Bai had been second for most of this, but also coming out here in lane 7 they're starting to hit the straps here, so it is going to be an interesting race in the back one here. Bai here turns for the 700-metre mark in second, and 8:29.91. And then Millicent out in lane number 9 in an 8:33.86. Matthew Kim is in fourth in an 8:36.54. So we are getting to more than halfway through this race here. So we're getting to the point of the pointing end here. Lev Dushik has had a really good performance here. Came in with a time of 18:42. At the moment, you'd say he's on track to beat that one with no one close to him.
Well, this is the halfway mark, so this is where we can really assess, give a rough idea of where these athletes are going, and unless that they've been saving up Sally or whether they've been going for the full gambit, you can really probably double the time and plus or minus 10 seconds to find out what time they're going to finish with.
Yeah, interesting. Bryce Scott came in with the quickest time, but through 750 metres, only 5th. So either it's not quite his day, or we're seeing a fair bit of improvement from some of these other swimmers since they've done their qualifying time.
Well, he's on track to be about around that 19-minute mark. So how does that go up against his personal best?
He came in with an 18:31.
Yeah, so listen, 30 seconds, it's not the worst. It's not great, but it's not the worst. Break it down this way. If a 100-metre swimmer swam a 53 instead of a 51,
yeah,
you wouldn't think much of it, right? It's not a great swim, but it's not like they've swum a 55 or something like that. You know, it's still within the realms of possibility. The realms of acceptance for their athletes. So this is where I'm just looking across now, some coaches get stretched a little bit thin because we've got two pools going on at the same time, and this is obviously for the female side in the Mcconnell pool, and the Horton side is the male side. Just for this morning, do they swap? I believe they swap over tomorrow.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but we've got the 800 mixed freestyle on the other side, so we've got the 1500 and they've got the 1800, the 800 there.
Either way, coaches are stretched thin, walking from one pool to another, back to another. Now, luckily, they can just walk up and down the pool deck. There's a designated coaching zone where coaches have got their little high tables, little pens and paper, and they're writing down and throwing bits of paper around, telling their athlete to go faster, like that's what's been holding them back. You know, oh, sorry, coach, I should really go faster. It's not like I'm already having a maximal effort right here. But no, not that I'm passive aggressive about it at all. You know, it always frustrated me where I'm like, I am dying over here and I have to pretend like I'm not in order to, you know, get through this race, and you're telling me to kick harder. Yeah, it's not going to happen.
As we see Lev turn for the 1,000-metre mark here. So he's 2/3 of the way through the race, is our leader. Turned in an 11:32.72 there.
So he's, what, 145, 146 pace? Oh, sorry, 5-minute 46 pace. So add 5:46 to that, 16, 17, 15.
17:15 would put him not far behind the first two in that first race, because we had a 7:06 there for Goodinson. O'Toole was a 17:15.
Yeah, okay, so that's really going to throw him into the mix. Now, we've just found out that there are medals for 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds and 14-year-olds. So it's not just the block from 12 to 14. It is each age group and each gender, so male or female, has their own medals.
Okay,
so there's 6 gold medals to be handed out. One for the 12-year-old girls, 13-year-old girls, 14-year-old girls, and then one for the 12-year-old boys, one for the 13-year-old boys, one for the 14-year-old boys.
So that means from that earlier race, Goodinson and O'Toole will both get gold medals because they are in the different age group.
Yeah, so at least they can both walk away with a gold medal to signify their achievements. They are the best in their age group in Victoria. So congratulations to those two. Obviously, you're always a little bit hurt when you lose a race and get some over the top of, but that's something to take back to the drawing board.
Yep. So our leader here, Lev, he needs to beat 17:06 to claim the gold because he goes head to head with Goodinson.
Yeah, gotcha. And I'm going to assume there was a bit of a drop back to second place or third place in the heat before.
I've only got first and second,
Yeah,
and the first female, the only female in that one. I did write that one as well.
That's fine. I'm sure we can have someone check that for us. I say that like we've got assistants. It's just us down here.
It's just us.
It's just us. Last time I was a bit more, what's the word?
Organised?
Yes, and I was writing down everyone's splits and whatnot. It's gotten to the point where I've been here for 4.5 hours and I'm just ready to talk swimming. I don't want to try and compute numbers in my head while we're watching this entertaining racing here.
I've got heat winners. That's been mine throughout the day. We're now down 1,200 metres down there for our leader, Dev Duslik, who turned in a 13:52 here. He's well ahead of the rest of the pack. No one else has hit that 1,200 metres yet. Amy Bai is sitting in second spot. Millicent in third. So a couple of the female swimmers there have had a really good swim so far. So Lev now turns here, 12:50 done.
Sorry, I'm trying to find the lowdown on whether we can get rid of a heat or not. I might just go kick some kid in the shin and say you can't swim a 1,500 so that we can get out of here.
What would have you done if someone did that to you back in the day?
I would have thanked them for letting me not swim.
At 1,500, yeah.
I would have said thank you, kind stranger, and then I would have gone to get my mummy.
Yeah, I never swam. I never swam more than 200 metres. So
you're a smart cookie. You're a very smart cookie.
There's a reason why I'm on this side and not in the pool.
Yeah. Listen, I'm gone because I'm happier off the back of it. I stopped swimming, but yeah, hopefully there's one more. Here's an all-time story for you. Tasmanian states. I'm going to say 2014, 2015 age group states. I went over with Nuttawading as part of a trip to gain more experience on the interstate and level. And we went over and we had 11 people entered in the 400 IM for 14, 15-year-olds. One person needed to pull out. One kid turned up late. And we were like, okay, sweet, it's going to be a straight final. We don't have to do it this morning. We can all go home. And then he goes up and says, sorry, I'm here. He arrives. We swim. We all have to swim the event now.
Does someone get DQ'd?
He got DQ'd.
Yeah, I think we've heard this one before.
Yeah, but it's been a while since I've spun this yarn, and it happens every time there's a chance of merging heat. Yeah, so he got DQ'd for like doing butterfly kicks during breaststroke or something like that, or not finishing on his back in backstroke. So basically wasted everyone's time by first of all rocking up late, and second of all disqualifying himself, and unfortunately we all had to swim that night again, but you live and you learn. So I just don't want anyone else to go through the pain that I went through, you know?
As we're about to come down here, our leader, Lev Jashulik, is getting the bell here for 450 metres. So he has just got 50 metres left, turned in a time of 16:46. He is well and truly going to break his time of 18:42 that he came in. He's going to be pushing
17:18.
17:18. So yeah,
I'm calling a 17:18.
So he won't quite be ahead there, but he is going to be sitting in second spot there behind Angus Goodinson for his age there, as he's coming into the wall here, and he's going to touch in a 17:18.87.
God, I know my swimming. I know my distance swimmers. Great swim from the young man there. Very impressive from Lev. He's absolutely gassed. His coach is on the side trying to get his attention, saying, hey, you did good, we're happy with that. And he's just lying over the lane road, just basking in his own glory. So now he tries to look at his coach, and his coach just walks off. He says, nah, I don't want to buy out of it.
So that is a time improvement of more than a minute there, as we see Amy Bai get the bell there. So she's sitting in second spot here, and she's in a different age group from India Condon, who we saw in this first one, but going head-to-head with Millicent, who is in third spot here. So we're going to see Amy Bai coming in second spot here. She's going to touch in a time of 18:010. Millicent is going to come in third here. She's going to touch in a time of 18:17. So both of them more than a minute off their times that they came in with as well. So some massive swimming there.
Miller said, I'm trying to find if she has a brother.
Miller's raced a number of times today here, and also looking at this, we look at these different times. Mariella Simmons is the only 12-year-old girl in this field so far, out in lane number 0 here. So for her, she needs to put a time on the board to put herself in an opportunity to take that one. There's two other swimmers in that age group later on.
I'm looking.
As we see Mariella Simmons finish that one in a time of 19:12, so she beats her time there, and we've just got one swimmer left here. Isabel O'Rourke is now coming down to touch the wall for her final lap here.
Cody said 15 years old. I knew I saw a set in there somewhere.
So you've switched sides, so you can, yep.
I'm going to assume that they are brother and sister. Is he from Traralgon as well? Let me check my statistics. By statistics, I mean a program.
As we see O'Rourke a touch there in a time of 19:49. So that's the second heat done there.
Both from Traralgon.
Good old Gippslanders.
There it is. That's some journalism for you all. That's some good, honest Australian journalism.
You want to take my job, do you?
Nope. Well, what if they're like cousins or something?
They
like
could
that?
be from
they could be anything.
Down in the Latrobe Valley there.
I should probably just ask. Eh? That'd probably be the best way to find out.
We've still got another Traralgon swimmer to come in the fourth heat. Chloe Rawson is another one from that region.
They haven't merged.
You're shattered.
I'm looking at Chloe. Right.
It was always going to be the way.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. So what have they done here? So who's in lane 1? Ashton Clemens.
Who was meant to be in lane 5 of the second heat.
So obviously was late to his race. And so because he turned up and swam an event late, And of course, this is the only heat where everyone shows up.
It's nearly done.
God, kids, man. What are we doing here?
As we see number 5 here. Casey Brand is leading here again. We've got some issues with this touchpad for lane number 5, so we don't have a time on the board, but it's the same lane we had issues before with Goodinson. It is Brand who does touch in second with Clements on that outside there.
I'm dejected. I'm a broken man right here. Got to do another half an hour. I'm not going to lie, I really tried to make the first 1500 sound interesting, and then I realised I used all my knowledge on the 1500, and I haven't got anything interesting left for you.
You had all your facts and figures and all of that sort of stuff?
Yeah. Listen, I did 1500s back in the day, but I only did one per meet. We've got to go through 4 here. Now, I can tell you right now, if these guys are worth their salt as distance swimmers, they're all singing a song in their head right now. So I wonder...
What song would you be singing?
What song? It's literally, usually, they play music over the loudspeakers here sometimes, whatever song that is, and it goes on repeat, on repeat, and on repeat. Oh, and did someone say again? That's right, play it again. You play it in your head for 15 minutes until you're like, oh, there's the bell. That means I've got to start trying harder a bit now.
Was there any song you hated having it in your head when you were trying to swim a 1500?
I don't want to be a hater. I don't want to be a hater. Usually Taylor Swift. If they started playing T-Swizz. Now, don't get me wrong. I've grown to appreciate her more in my older years. It's just because it was cool to hate her back in 2014. That's back when like Triple J was saying Taylor Swift will never be on our hottest 100. And so it's just a cool thing to not like the popular artist, but they're popular for a reason. They're the best for a reason. You know, she is who she is for a reason. It's because she's good at what she does.
As we see Clements turn there at the 250 mark, leading out in lane 1. But as we said before, lane number 5, again, having some problems with the touchpad there. Casey Brand is in second spot. And then we've got Isabel Suffolk in third.
Yeah, we're just going to have to vibe it off when the clock stops here in front of us.
Well, you're good at the times, you told me.
Can we see...
we'll keep an eye on our screen.
On our screen as to whether it's coming through on the live stream. Maybe it is coming through on the live stream and it's not coming through on...
well, you're the time expert, so this is on you.
All right. Okay.
So we see Clements touch now. He touches in at 3:32.84.
I'd say around 38 is what she turned in there, 3:38. Rough numbers, give or take. The thing that's going to suck is that if none of these times come through at all, and a coach can't say, oh, you started falling off here, or you lifted here, because she doesn't know, because the timing doesn't exist. So the coach has to be a bit selfish, pull out his own stopwatch and say, okay, here's what actually happened, and here was the way it ran.
And we look at this one here. We've got Ashton Clements, who is out in lane number 0, who was meant to be in the previous heat there. His entry time is more than a second quicker than Casey Brand's and the rest of the pack.
So this is what I'm talking about. I'm looking over at Fisky over here. He's doing a quick wave down on pool deck, flicking the wrist around. Yas Queen, get it. He's got his 2 stopwatches out, one for stroke rate and one so that he can get her accurate times based off his stopwatch. Now, they're not going to be completely accurate. They're not going to be 100%, but they're going to be the closest thing that he can get.
It is. So as we see Clements still on that far side, turned for the 400 metres there. Substantially quicker than the rest of the pack. He turned in a 36.33. The rest of them are all 38 and above. So nearly 2 seconds quicker per lap is Ashton Clements.
I'm trying to think. I might go with a song called Under Pressure by Logic. And you might say, Logic, that's a bit of a weird choice. And I only pick it because it's an 8-minute song. So you don't even have to play the full thing through twice. You can just kind of get through one version of Under Pressure, and then that means that
there's only 2. Yeah,
you've probably only got 100 meters, a couple of 100 meters left.
You need some of those songs, the 15-minute. You need Taylor's 10-minute version.
No.
Didn't like that idea?
Well, listen, I don't even know what Taylor's 10-minute version is. I'm sure it's a lovely song, full of a lot of meaning and love and whatever else it is she sings about in that song. But yeah, I unfortunately have no idea.
As we've just seen this battle for third, fourth and fifth heat up across the pool. Power, Kahika Lewis turned in second. Piper Hall in third. Isabel Suffolk in, sorry, it was third, fourth and fifth there. So the battle there is really interesting between those three.
Don't discredit Nadine out here in lane number 7. Nadine Ahmed.
And looking at these ones, so Suffolk and Hall are both your 14-year-old females, so they're looking to beat an 18-21 there. And then you've got Power Kahika Lewis she's just 12.
Nadine's
so,
also a 14-year-old female, so she's only 2 seconds behind. That's basically you're in the race.
Yeah, so that's a battle there, and then obviously Candace there, well and truly in front in that 12-year-old female there. Mary Alice Simmons, I think, was 19 minutes something for the 12-year-old girls before. So this race has got interesting.
It's very interesting. I'm over here talking about random songs, and there's actually a good race going on in the 1500. The beautiful thing about a 1500 is you can turn to your friend, look, have a quick chat, friend, family, whoever it is, and then 2 minutes later you can look back up and go, oh, that's the move that's been made over the last 2 minutes. You know, that's how the race has progressed. The 1500 is never a, wow, this has happened, bang, you know, quick. It's not like the 100 free, the 200 free. It's a slow, painful death that happens, and everyone falls away slowly. It's survival of the fittest. I believe our coach, or my old coach, Joel Fink, used to call it El Clasico, and we had a set which was El Clasico, which was 3100s. Well, for me, I had to do 3100s under 1 minute, on about a 1 minute 30, 1 minute 40 cycle. A couple of variations, but that was like the rough idea of it, and it is survival of the fittest. You last as long as you can under those times until you break.
Sounds like a beep test.
Yeah, but imagine the beep is always hard and never stops. Like you don't get that beep. Starting level 1 to 1. You know, it's, you know, you start and it starts you at a 10, you know, and you just got to hold on for dear life.
Yeah, as we've seen, Power Kahika Lewis is now in that third spot. She has broken the other two girls there. Isabel Suffolk is still there, and as you said, Nadine in this side in lane number 7 has also come up as well, so she's sitting up towards the front. As we're going to see Ashton Clements on that far side, he is coming down to turn for the halfway mark, is our leader. Well and truly in front from Casey Brand, whose time we still don't have, so definitely a touchpad issue, I'm going to say, there in lane number 5.
Well, it's the same as the last heat as well. It's
yeah.
Just stuff it. Let's all go to the other pool for this last bit. The only thing I'll say over here is they're better headsets here. I might steal this headset and take it over there for the night.
So if you can't find the headsets later on, guys, you know where to find them. Elliot's got them.
No, what? I didn't say that. I never said such
I don't know.
a thing.
I'm not here tonight.
You see a yellow time. Sorry, I'm freaking out here. So on the scoreboard that's standing in front of us here, and you guys can't see it, there's green and red times for if you go faster or slower than the previous 50 that you did. A yellow time, have a wild guess what that means.
Identical to the last 50.
Oh my gosh, that is consistency at its finest. And then she beat it by 0.03 of a second. That's consistency. I like what she's about. I like Nadine Sophia,
who is a 14-year-old from Surrey Park, coming with a time of 19:59.05, so just underneath that 20-minute mark. She'll be hoping to improve that today.
Well, before we were talking about how she was 2 seconds off the pace. She's now made the move, and Pippa Hall has fallen off. And Nadine over here in lane 7, out of sight, out of mind. You have those 3 girls in lanes 2, 3, 4 all battling, and you can see that they're now extended out so that they're separated by about 8 seconds between the fastest and slowest. And Nadine has just steadily held on, and she's now not 2 seconds behind. She's 5 seconds behind Candace. but she's definitely still in the race, and she's so close with Isabella Sutcliffe over there in lane number 2.
Yeah, and we've got Ashton Clements in lane number 0, still the fastest there, probably 3/4 of a lap ahead of Casey Brand. So Casey's still having a really good swim there ahead of the rest of those girls we were talking about there, as we're about to see them touch the wall there on that far side. In lane number 2 was Isabel Suffolk. She's done 850 metres. She's now slipped behind Nadine. So Nadine is again powering on there.
The question I have is, how did I'm assuming the officials know when to blow the whistle or to ring the bell, as they do now. Another fun story for you, because we're here and you can't go anywhere. The first time I swam a 1500 short course, I was of the opinion that when you swim a race and the whistle blows, that means 100 to go. Turns out it doesn't mean 100 to go, it means 2 laps. Because I'd only ever swum long course, a whistle meant 100 to go, because it's 2 laps of a 50-metre pool. So I swam 2 laps of the short course, and then I swam another 2. So I went, no, this isn't 100 metres. And all the suckers around me, I was leading the race, which meant that everyone else in the race swam an extra 2 laps more than they needed to, because none of us could think for ourselves. The 13, 14-year-olds, one person goes, everyone goes. All in, captain.
I'm starting to see a pattern why you no longer swim for.
Yeah, it sucks. And so this is what we're talking about. Something that happened in the 400 freestyles at the start of this morning. One of the kids swam 450 metres. So he just did an extra 50 for, I don't know what reason.
Why not?
But think about it. You've got to do 16 laps. And you've got to keep track of all 16 laps while you are also swimming, while you are also under fatigue, while you are also trying to think about what your coach said, so that you don't get yelled at later.
All the things to remember while listening to the one song over and over again.
Oh my God, and you've got to sing that song. Oh God. My word, it doesn't stop.
As we are getting towards the back end of this race, Ashton Clements has already passed the 1,000-metre mark on that far side, coming up to 1,075 metres here, out in lane number 0, clearly still in front as he has been all race. Casey Brand still in second. We don't have a time for her, but the battle is on after that.
Oh, she's done it again. There's another yellow time on the board.
And it's your favourite Nadine.
It is Nadine. She might actually be the most consistent swimmer I've ever seen, because I have not seen her stray outside of 0.15 of a certain time. I've seen about, I'd say, 10 or 11 50s that she's put up, and all of them are within 0.15 of a second. 1/10 of a second. It's faster than you can blink. That's incredible. She's also moved up to 3rd. Consistency is key. And when I say 3rd, she's actually 4th, because unfortunately Casey Brand's touchpad doesn't work. But she's stayed 5 seconds back from 5 seconds back from Candace out there in lane 4. Beautiful consistency. Some of the best I've ever seen. Genuinely.
And this is going to be your interest for the rest of this race. As we've got Ashton Clements leading the way on that far side. As we said, was meant to be in the heat earlier, wasn't there. So he is a fair bit quicker than the rest of this pack. He came in with a time of 18:34. The next best was Casey Brand with a 19:40. So nearly a minute ahead there in terms of time, and that's what we're seeing reflected in the swimming so far.
She's dropped off. She's 0.3 over her time now. Over that time set for her. She's way too inconsistent for me now. She's lost it.
Still underneath that 40 seconds though, so she's still been consistent with that.
For a period there, she was the only time with a green number on the board, meaning she's the only person getting faster from her previous 50. Not unfortunately, but Kate Hobson and Matthew Dacey have now put on some green times, and so is Ashton Clements over there.
Yeah, Ashton Clements went from a 39 that previous 50 back down to a 37. So I think he's now, with 250 metres to go, starting to put the foot down to try and get a really good time here.
I really like that new addition to Victorian swimming, so that hasn't been around forever, that ability to see that time. And from what I understand, it's actually an American thing where you can see where a person starts to improve. So I really like that.
So in terms of Ashton Clements, he is looking to beat the time set by Angus Goodison before. 17:06 is the #1 time for the 14-year-old boys. Lev Dushak is 17:18. So
he's not doing that either.
So you reckon he won't get either of them?
Well, he's got 1 minute to swim 200 metres.
Yeah, that's not going to work. We can all dream.
Oh, God. If I could dream like that. I had a dream, actually, that I missed this. I had a dream. It was such a deep dream. You know when you dream so hard that you wake up and you don't know where you are?
Yep.
I had a dream. I can't even remember what it was about. And I woke up, and when I woke up, I couldn't remember doing this commentating thing. So I thought that I'd missed it, even though it was 6 a.m. in the morning. And I went, oh no, I've missed it. I can't remember doing it. Duh, you don't remember doing it. You weren't here. It was 6 a.m.
He was so shattered and so keen to get here and so keen to commentation. Will he hear you across the whole weekend, or is it just today?
I'm doing the whole thing today, and then unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, I won't be back until Sunday night. But Sunday night's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, the final night. A few relays for the final night as well?
Always. I get up and about for the relays. Last time I remember Barty Party was on and about, so I want to see if he's back here today. Oh, sorry, over the course of this week. Do I remember his actual name? No. Am I pretty sure it's Bart? Yeah. Did he swim a 49? Yeah, he did. Did he swim so fast that he got his team into a medal? Yeah, he did. And it was a party. That's what I remember.
As we're seeing, Ashton Clements about to come up here to get the bell for 2 laps to go. So hopefully he finishes at the 1500 and doesn't do an extra lap like someone else he has done previously. But Ashton Clements, 17:52 with 50 metres to swim there. He's nearly 100 metres ahead of everyone else here, so as we see.
I don't know how far ahead he is of Casey, though.
Yeah, I realised after I said that, yeah.
We got no idea now.
I was going to say it's 50, and it's probably 50 because Kahika... Kahika Lewis has ticked over that 400, but we're going to see Ashton Clements come in here. He's going to be outside the time of the previous 2, but will currently sit in a bronze medal position for the 14-year-old boys there with an 18:27. And with no other boys swimming, will win a bronze medal in that event for the 14 boys.
Congratulations. Sorry, was it under his PB, over PB?
He's a PB. He came in with an 18:34. He did an 18:27.
Huzzah! What a swim.
So 7 seconds off of that one here.
That's pretty good.
As we've got Casey Brand now coming up here for her final lap, has been second throughout this whole entire race. We haven't had a time for her the whole entire race. Touches in a 19:06 here. Came in a 19:40, so 34 seconds off her time there. And she is the third in the women's one. A little bit slower than Miller said in that previous heat there, and Amy Abai, but still a good swim.
So the touchpad does work?
Does, but only at the end.
Why?
I don't understand technology, so don't ask me.
All right, oh, Nadine just got beaten. She was too consistent. She swam 2 seconds under the time she was holding. It looks like Isabella Sutcliffe has gone from holding 40 seconds to dropping a 35 on the last 50.
Both Cadence Power, Kahiki Lewis, who finished third, and Isabel Sutcliffe both swam at 35s in that final lap. Final 50, sorry.
Wow.
Along with Ashton Clements, the leader. So we were meant to have 3 in this race. We've now got 5.
What?
So we've picked up swimmers.
All right, I'd feel less bad about merging it, but still, why do we have 5?
So obviously some of these swimmers who we didn't see before, I think, are now in this race.
YPW, how many swimmers from YPW have we
We're going to have
Yarra Plenty. Is that it?
Elijah Lamont didn't swim before.
No, I feel like, yeah, lane 8 and lane 5 in that race was...
Godson swam that one, lane 8. Elijah Lamont, Jonah Inn also didn't swim, I don't think, in the 2 lane 8 boys, if you're talking Yarra Plenty.
Well, don't put them in lane 8.
I suspect Elijah Lamont and Jonah Inn are going to be our other 2 swimmers in this one.
So we had almost everyone turn up then.
Here we are, Elijah Lamont and Jonah Inn.
Oh, gosh, we're good. Great journalism.
It's my day off. It's not never meant to be journalism. I can't even speak now.
I thought you were trying to put on a baby voice.
No.
Journalism.
No, I just couldn't pronounce what I was going to say, which wasn't the proper English, so... And the other pool's finished, so all the attention's on this race.
And all the coaches will be slowly leaving. I know at least 1 or 2 of the coaches are talking about maybe going for a swim. I might join them. I might go for a swim after this.
Not a bad idea, but I didn't bring bathers, so...
I got them in my car. I hope that they let me back in. If I'm allowed. Actually, let me go check something quickly.
As we are now coming up to the 75-metre mark, Elijah Lamont has taken an early lead here in lane number 6. As we said, was meant to be in heat number 1. Comes in with an entry time of 18:15, which is more than 2 minutes quicker than the 3 girls who are swimming in this race. Yona came in with a 19:27, so more than a minute quicker than him. So expect Elijah Lamont to really dominate this race, as we've seen him come out of the blocks quickly here, and he's going to come through at 125 metres here, well and truly ahead. In second spot is Isabel Thornborough, who has had a heavy load today. Yona Inn is then in third spot in lane 7. But we're going to see Elijah Lamont here turn at the 150-metre mark in a time of 1:43.46. In second spot here, we do see Isabel Thornborough in 1:57.39, so nearly 7 seconds the difference already between those as swimmers. And Swimming Victoria's major sponsor and aquatic facility maintenance partner is Mattioli. With more than 50 years experience, Mattioli are experts in building and upgrading pools. This partnership will connect organisations seeking advice directly to Mattioli, playing a pivotal role in shaping the future of swimming in Victoria. The collaboration not only enhances the support and resources available, but also reinforces Swimming Victoria's position as a leader in fostering better swimming facilities and opportunities across the region. It's a great step forward in ensuring continued growth and improvement in the Victorian swimming infrastructure. So now 200 metres down for all of these swimmers. The first couple have turned here for this next lap. As we said, the final event of this morning program for a big night of finals, which will all be in the one pool, combining both the boys and the girls. So make sure you do tune in to the YouTube channel later tonight to see some of those swimming, see whether some of those records can be broken, as we see Lamont turn here at the 275-metre mark, absolutely in control of this race.
Sorry for leaving you high and dry. I had to go and chat to a couple of people.
You had to go see if you could swim?
Yes. You know what? I still don't even know if I can swim, but I'm going to, after this race, go and get my stuff. You know what? I should just jump in for the last kilometre and show these kids how it's really done.
I want to see. Go out, swim
there.
there.
If I had my bathers, yeah, I'd think about it. I definitely wouldn't be allowed to commentate the rest of this competition, but...
I don't think you'd ever be allowed back.
No, probably not. And then again, yeah. Do you know Janelle McAllister?
I've heard the name, yeah.
Janelle Palliser, she's one of the premier coaches from Queensland. Probably you'd make the argument for best female coach in Australia.
Related to Lani?
Yes, mum. Olympian in her own right.
Yep.
Janelle Elford, she was back then when she was an Olympian. But incredible swimmer. She's now a coach at Surrey Park.
Okay.
So she left the Griffith University and has come down here to be a part of Surrey Park's high performance program. Now that means that hopefully that they'll get some more experience in their senior squads. Surrey Park is incredible at producing junior athletes. In fact, I did learn to swim at Surrey Park. There you go, that should be enough for you. But they were Victoria's premier club back in like 2008 when I was a young'un. You know, they were a real powerhouse of Victorian swimming, and they definitely still are at the age group level, but at the senior level they don't really have that same kind of punch with athletes that just dominate certain events. At least not to my knowledge. Like they've got a couple of really good kids coming through, but it's not like they have a wide variety of high performance athletes at the same way that Vixen and Nuttawading do, or MLC.
So a nice boost for Surrey Park, and your new favourite swimmer's from Surrey Park as well. So
My new favourite.
Nadine.
Oh yes, she is. I should actually talk to Janelle about her because she'd love her. So you got players tonight like Ishak Ismail will be there, and now I'm trying to find, but I believe he's ranked second for tonight's 200 butterfly in the men's 16-year-olds. Let me do some investigative journalism. I called it Germanalism. That's pretty good. That's a new one.
As we see in this one, Elijah Lamont still well ahead here. Isabel Thornborough sitting in second. She's about to turn for the 500 metre mark here. She is nearly 20 seconds behind Lamont, but as we said from their starting times, that is no surprise here. Yona In is in third spot out here in lane number 7, who is being lapped by Lamont. As we look, it was In just turned for the 500 metre, Lamont for the 550 metre there, and then you've got Alicia Scott there in fourth, who has got a battle with Chloe Rawson there at the 500 metre mark. There is less than 0.3 between them.
Adam L. Hefney, that's the name I was looking for. Adam L. Hefney is the 200 butterfly for tonight to keep an eye on.
As we see here, Lamont coming up to the 600 metre mark at a 7:08.88. His time, he came in with an 8:15. What are you thinking of that time at the moment?
So who was this?
Elijah Lamont came in with a time of 8:15. 18:15, sorry.
18:15. Close. It won't be 36, 112, 4, 3. It's going to be right on. I'm going to say somewhere between 1750 and 1820 if he continues this pace.
Look, I think if he gets that time, he wins his age group as a 12-year-old.
What, 1820?
Yep.
I think he'll do it then. I can't see him going much over 1825 if he can maintain this, so long as he hasn't blown the wheels off his car.
Well, he's still swimming at a 35.98 here, so a fairly solid pace still. That one was a touch slower.
That's fine.
Not the consistency you want, but still within that 0.2.
It's 0.2, yeah. It's very. That's within the consistency. That's fine. Oh, that's play on. That's play on. 6 again. Play advantage. What I think is a lost art of swimming, and I saw it much more in my younger days. Never saw it in my older days because it wasn't as common. The cap over the goggles, where it's covering the actual glass part of the goggles, or the plastic part of the goggles. so you only got half vision. It would probably annoy me, but if that's what makes you feel good as a swimmer, I'd say go for it, Elijah.
Yeah, I think it would annoy me too. I'd want as much vision as I could get.
I'd need to look around at other things. I can't just look at a black line and a bunch of tiles over and over again.
As we see that battle between Chloe Rawson and Alicia Scott. Rawson now has been able to break her. She is next to Thornborough, but there is 50 metres difference between the two of them there. So we'll see Thornborough turn for 750, Rawson for 700 there. All of the swimmers in that one, except for Alicia Scott, were better in that 50 than the previous 50. And Elijah Lamont 35.83, so still around that consistent high 35s, low 36s.
I like it. I'm a big fan of it. I think, yeah, at the moment, if he keeps his pace, he's on track to go just below that 18-minute mark. But that last 500 metres, you're battling some demons.
It's going to hurt.
I wonder what his PB is for the 800. I've done a 1500 before where I PB'd the 400, 800 and 1500 all in the same race.
Were you buggered by the end? Or was it the first time you were doing your 800 and 1500?
I was frolicking through the grass by the end, so of course I was buggered by the end.
But to break all three.
Oh, I don't think I had really bad times in those. And I never swam, or very rarely swam shorter distances. Not the 400s that short of a distance, but
yeah,
it was when I started getting a bit better as an athlete. The other thing that I used to have all the time is at the start of a 200 IM or 400 IM, I would set a new PB for a 50 or 100 butterfly, because I'm a 1500 IM. Sorry. 1500 IM. God, could you imagine? I was a 1500 freestyler and a 400 IMer. I didn't get time to do the 50 fly very often or the 100 fly very often. So that meant that whatever I swam as my first 100 or first 50 for those respective events became my PB. And it became very annoying for my coach when he's like, all right, swim PB plus 5, but it was actually just 400 pace for me, because that's just the way it was. I didn't have a gear. I still don't have another gear in butterfly. It was one size fits all. Probably the reason I wasn't very good at it.
I was going to say, I wasn't any good at any of them. I think if I remember back, I think butterfly was my fastest stroke.
Yeah.
But breaststroke was just horrible.
Yeah, it's not. Only breaststroke is like breaststroke.
As we see Lamont's term for the 1,000 metre mark here.
35.43.
Yeah, he's got a battle with Johan in there, but there is 100 metres difference between the two. Isabel Thornborough just turned for 950 metres there. He's in seconds, turned in a 12.02. Then you've got Rawson, who's in fourth there. Is in third. So we've got different range of where these swimmers are at, and it was always going to be the way when you bring in a couple of swimmers with those fast entry times.
Have we spoken about how the fact that lane 5's working again?
No, it worked in one heat, then it didn't.
And then it didn't again.
It didn't work for Goodinson, but then it worked in the next heat.
No, did it? We've only had 4 heats and it hasn't worked for 2 of them.
It didn't work in heat because Ashton Clements was meant to be in lane 2 in the second one and didn't race. Then lane 3, it didn't work for Casey Brand. So this is the first one it's worked in.
Yeah. There you go. Seems suspicious if you ask me.
The one I was going to say, looking at times here, Isabel Thornborough came in with the slowest entry time of a 21.39. She's sitting second.
And she's holding sub 39.
I'm expecting a massive PB for her, the 12-year-old.
120 pace, so 40 seconds per 50 is 20 minutes.
Yeah, she's coming out at 21.39. She's
averaging 39 seconds per 50, maybe even a bit lower than that. So do what you want with that information.
One to keep an eye on. Possibly only done 1,500 metres being a 12-year-old. 1 or 2, not many.
God, this should be her first. If she's done more than... Oh, no, it won't be.
Well, she's got an entry time.
Yeah, you've got to qualify. But, oh my gosh, that's too much. much. I don't know if anyone can tell listening to the live stream. I just like rambling. I just like talking. That's why I don't mind the 1500, is because I can just ramble on. And I can tell that you're trying to talk about the race and whatnot, but I just want to talk about, you know, what song would you sing? What's your favourite song? Because you can't sing your favourite song. You can't sing your favourite song. You know why? Because you associate it with pain.
You get sick of it, yeah.
Yeah. You play, I don't know if you do this often, I do this all the time. I play a song to death, and then it's like, oh, I don't want to listen to this
I never
anymore
play that again.
Yeah, I don't want to play it. And then you'll find it 2 years later and be like, oh my God, it's the greatest song ever. Then you'll play it to death, and then it's a never-ending cycle sometimes. At least I'm doing that. I just rediscovered a song called Lucky Enough by Jez this morning. Jez Dior, something like that. Great song. Bit of guitar and bit of rock. Big in 2023. Does anyone care about what I'm saying? Type in the chat if you care about what I'm saying right now. Sorry, we don't have a chat in front of us. I'm sorry to disappoint anyone. We've gone past the 15-minute mark.
And we've seen Elijah Lamont with 250 metres to go. Make that 2:25 to go. So just the 7 laps for our leader. As we said, came in with an entry time of 8:15. Still that 36 second mark for his 50s there. Still pretty consistent with that, which is what we were talking about. The high 35s, low 36s. So it's been a pretty strong performance from him. As we see Chloe Rawson in 4th spot, just turned at the 1150 mark there. We're going to see Isabel Thornborough, who is in 2nd, turns at the 1250 mark. So we've got a spread across the board here with all these different paces. So we're coming down towards the end. 150 to go for Elijah Lamont.
No one's writing in the chat.
He's devastated.
Oh, I'm so sad. No one cares about what I'm saying.
Well, remember when we had the CEO listening to us?
Yeah, and he gave a shout out to Albert Park Cake Gallery. That was because she was kind enough to. It's a cake gallery in Albert Park. Look it up. It's on. It's run by many swimmers in Victoria. Should know William Petrick swam for Australia at the last Olympic Games and the last World Championships in the 400 IM and the 200 IM. His mum runs Albert Park Cake Gallery, and she was kind enough to donate some cakes to the lovely officials we have working here, making sure that the meet runs as smooth as possible. At least on that side of the pool, they were running ahead. Here they're running behind. We were meant to be finished about 10 minutes ago, but it's okay.
Yeah, we had some delays, and we had a swim off.
We had 2 swim offs, and we still ran on time.
Oh, you had 2 swim offs, yeah.
To be fair, one of them was a 50, so it's not that much of a swim off. And they were within 6/100ths of a second. As
we're seeing, Elijah Lamont now gets the bell for 50 metres to go. Turns in a 17:16 here.
He's going to go sub 50, 17:50.
Yeah, so he's going to get under that 18. Came in with an 18:50, so it will be a really good swim for him. He'll be the 4th swimmer in this event to go sub 18.
48 or 47? What do you think? 17:48, 17:47.
47.
I'm going to go 48.
So we see Isabel Thornborough, who's in 2nd, turns at the 1400 metre mark. Here, he's going to go 49, so we're completely wrong.
Wow, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to everyone watching. It's not often I get those wrong.
So he is the 4th to go under, but the first 12-year-old, so he will...
He's 12?
He will get a gold medal for what you were saying, that there's medals for each of the age groups and for both girls and boys. As we see Isabel Thornborough come down to get the bell here. As we said, she came in with a time of 21:39.92. She's just turned at an 18:19. She's going to get under that 19-minute mark.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's going to be nearly 3 minutes off her PB.
Well, she's only 12, right?
Yep.
I hope it's not like an 11-year-old PB, because if you're 11 swimming 1500, got to do 60 laps at the pool straight. That'd be inconvenient. But if she's a 12-year-old and she just improved in the last couple of months, then that's very impressive.
is, as we see her come in, gets an 18.54, so a sensational time from Isabel Thornborough there. Good signs to come if she's swimming that at this age here, as we're going to get the bell here for Yona in, as we lose the scoreboard again. It's been one of those days. Rawson also gets the bell as well, so we're coming down to the end. Sorry, Rawson still has 100 metres to go here.
I think Isabel was asking, was that first? Did I get first?
I don't think she realised that Lamont was there, but she still had a very strong swim.
No, but like in the age group.
In the age group, yeah. I'm just looking. I think she did beat Mirabella Simon, so possibly yes, first in her age group, I think.
Well, there you go then. She's happy with that. That's what it looks like to try. You know, she was proper gasping for air. And while gasping for air, looking like she was about to have an asthma attack, she's still asking, did I win? Did I do it?
She was excited.
Of course you'd be excited. You've just gone under 20 minutes for the first time. And not only have you gone under 20 minutes, you've gone under 19 minutes.
Yeah, you've gone under 19. That was a sensational swim. And nearly 3 minutes off her PB. As we're seeing now the final two swimmers here coming down. Chloe Rawson has half a lap to go. She came in with a time of 20:43. I think she's going to be close to that time at 20:30, so she's 13 seconds under her entry time. So a really good swim from her. And Alicia Scott came in with a 20:45. She's going to go close to that. I think she might just miss it, is here. And now she finishes in a 20:48, so just misses. But that is
that work for 3 seconds.
It is, but that is us done for the morning session. Make sure you tune in tonight, tomorrow morning, tomorrow night, Sunday morning, Sunday night.
So many.
So many. So much swimming and so many good swimmers to watch as well.
Or just tune into tonight and Sunday night, because that's when I'm here, and that's what the people want to listen to. I haven't asked the people, but I assume it's what they want.
They want to hear more of your ramblings.
Yes. Put in the chat, what song do you like?
That is us, and that is me for this weekend.
Oh, I've gone loopy.
And we will let Elliot go jump in this pool and maybe get this loopiness out of him.
Go for a swim.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Goodbye.